So my name is Samir, and I'm going to be your instructor for the DBT module, that is database technologies. I'm here with you for the next 2 weeks, 14 days. And during this period, I will endeavor to cover all of the database concepts in detail. And specifically as a product, I will be covering MySQL. The version that I will be covering is version 5.7. The latest version is 8, but that is not free. And since we are not inside the CTAC campus, I'm using the freeware. MySQL is an RDBMS. Does anyone know what that stands for?
Relational database.
That's right. It's a relational database management system. This I will be covering in detail, in depth. And few topics I will cover in Oracle. I will cover Oracle version 11G and above. The latest is 21C, which was launched in December last year. Oracle is RDBMS, but it's also an OODBMS. What is OODBMS?
Object-oriented database management system.
Absolutely. It's an object-oriented database management system. So Oracle is more powerful than MySQL. It is RDBMS plus object-oriented. Putting these two things together, it's known as ORDBMS. RDBMS plus object-oriented is ORDBMS. That would be object relational database management system. Of course, in the case of Oracle, I will cover only few topics as per your syllabus, only what is needed. We will also have an introduction to NoSQL. What's NoSQL? Anyone?
No structured query language.
No structured query language. NO is no. NO is not only structured query language. Yes, Shubham. Not only structured query language. And we will also have an introduction to MongoDB. So we have quite a lot of things to cover. MongoDB is short form for Mongoose DB. It is short form for Mongoose DB. This is a NoSQL database. So MongoDB is not an RDBMS, it's a NoSQL database. So just a recap, MySQL is RDBMS, Oracle is RDBMS plus OODBMS. So it's up to us how much we want to extract from Oracle. If my requirements are large and complex, for example, Flipkart, I will use the RDBMS features. If my requirements are more complex, for example, Amazon.com, I will use the object-oriented features. And now we have new technology that is NoSQL. Under that category, we have MongoDB. So that's quite a lot on our plate, and we need to finish it off. I hope you had a light lunch so that you can relish all of this.
Yes, sir.
So, wow. So who do we have there? We have Akshay and Sumit. And, yeah. So before I start, I want to know, has anybody covered or studied MySQL in the past? Anyone? Don't feel shy, just interact, please. Yes, no, unmute yourself, or you can use your chat window.
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. Never ever.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Never.
No, sir.
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
Somebody said SQL is structured query language. NoSQL is no structured query language. If he, that is Shubham, knows the long form of SQL, I'm sure he knows MySQL.
Yes, sir. I know. I study in lots of query like DDL, DCML, and how to create database and how to update database, how to insert database. I learned.
Wow, yeah. So maybe we should exchange places. Huh? You come and sit in my place and I'll sit in your place. Huh?
No, sir.
अच्छा, तो थोड़ा intro किया है.
हाँ.
Okay. Anyone has studied Oracle earlier? I guess not.
No, sir. No, sir.
Good, yeah. That makes my work easy. I can talk whatever I want and I will get away with it without anyone questioning me or arguing with me. तो फिर MongoDB का तो सवाल ही नहीं ना, सुना भी नहीं होगा शायद आज तक. Very good.
No.
It's ads में सुना है सर.
सुना है.
सुना है सर.
सुना है सर.
मैं MongoDB का एक गाना सुनाता हूँ बाद.
वो गाने में सुना था सर सीनियर.
अच्छा वो कौन सा
हाँ, वो
आपने?
आपने भेजा था.
Yes, sir. YouTube.
Oh my God! You guys are totally socially networked, huh?
यस
Where-
सर.
सर हमने नहीं सुना सर.
सीनियर लोगों के फेयरवेल में सुना था सर.
सर हमने नहीं सुना है सर.
हम भी थे सर उधर.
हमने नहीं सुना. आपकी आवाज में सुनना चाहते हैं.
इरशाद.
Oh my God!
लाइव सुनना चाहते सर हम.
I think everybody knows Java programming.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So good. Everybody knows C programming.
Yes.
Yes.
So I don't have to explain.
No, sir.
I don't have
No,
to
sir.
explain
No,
what
sir.
is
No, sir.
No, sir. C programming.
Yes,
They
sir.
know. Then how did you get admission to C? You don't know C programming. Entrance exam कैसे pass किया?
Sir, not in detail, but जय माता दी.
ज्यादा क्वेश्चन सॉल्व नहीं किए.
अच्छा.
Actually, we are comfortable in Java.
Okay. Fine, any programming language will do. Okay, forget Java also. At least everybody is familiar with Windows. You know how to start up your laptop and shut down the computer.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You know how to create a folder, delete a folder, rename a folder.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
शायद आपने PPT बनाया होगा, PowerPoint.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
ये देखा तो होगा कम से कम.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And you're familiar with, you know how to create a Word document, how to save a file, how to print a
Yes.
file.
Yes.
Print out लिया है, like.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Good. And I'm sure, you know, in MS Office, we have something known as Excel. Even Excel helps me to manage my data, isn't it? Even Excel helps me to manage my data. I can directly create a new file and I will directly enter some data here. I will enter Aditya, I will enter Kiran, I'll enter Rohit, and who else is there? We got Shweta, and we have Akshay. So I have the names of all the students. I have all the names of all the employees. Maybe I have the salaries also. 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, 3,000, 4,000. See how cool this is, yeah? No programming needed. I can directly open a new file. I can directly take a printout. No need for nonsense like system out, println, pata nahi kya kya. And basic things like if I want to do sorting, I want to put the data in ascending order. I want to put this in alphabetical order. I can just select the data and you can see one button here for sort and filter. I'll click on this, A to Z. That's it. Magic. No programming needed. It helps me to manage my data. Compare this with your Java. In Java, you'll have to find out the ASCII value. A is less than B, B is less than C. Uppercase is less than lowercase. Chalo, so this is enough to start with. I have taught people who are nurses and doctors also. So I will try my best with you also. Regarding my background, I'm having 36 plus years of IT experience. I've been in the IT industry for a long time. Probably my experience is more than the age of you people. And I am getting younger day by day. Excuse me. Similar to most of you all, I've done my engineering. So professionally, I'm qualified to be an electronics engineer. Do we have any electronics engineers here?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Electric.
Know where I'm coming from, and I know where you're coming from. So I've done my engineering. But, I was more interested in studying computers. And in those days, how to learn computers here? There were no computer science branch in engineering. There were no computer institutes in India. There was no CDAC. The only person who had computer in India at that time was ISRO. And I didn't want to work for ISRO. So what to do here? I went to USA and I've done my MS in computer science. This is from LaSalle University in Philadelphia. And since I was there, I've also done my MBA in information systems. This is from Temple University, which is close to Boston. I worked in USA for approximately 10 years. My first job in USA, I worked with Borland Incorporated. I'm sure you've heard of Borland. They are the founders of C++. They are the ones who gave us C++. And if you have studied C++, you see C++ is all about systems programming. But I was more interested in database. So I worked in Moreland for 6 months. And then I joined a company called PowerSoft. You see, students as a fresher, you don't have a choice. Whatever you take, whatever you get, quietly, you don't refuse the job. After 6 months, you can always move left or right. You can move sideways. That's what I did. So I worked in C++. I worked on artificial intelligence for airlines industry. And then I joined a company called PowerSoft. They are the ones who have given us the Power Builder front-end software, which was the number one front-end software is those days. See, let me make myself clear. Database is back-end software. HTML is front-end software. When you go to Amazon.com or Amazon.in, the database is back-end. The screen that you see in front of you is the front-end. And such a screen is made using Power Builder. So I worked on Power Builder, which was the number one front-end software those days. Of course, today the number one front-end software in the world is .NET from Microsoft. It's but logical. My third job was with Sybase International. They are the owners of Sybase RDBMS, which is the number one RDBMS at that time. Today, the number one RDBMS is Oracle, but at that time it was Sybase. Actually, even today, the New York Stock Exchange is using Sybase to manage their data. So all the tables are created using Sybase. And but logical, my last job in USA, I was working with Oracle Corp. Could you mute your mic? Who's this, please? My last job was in Oracle Corporation. They are the owners of the Oracle RDBMS. I was working at the head office. Shweta, who is this?
Ratan God.
Kaun hai bhaiya? Please mute your mic.
So maybe it is some bug from his side.
I'm clicking on mute all, but I don't know. Yeah, so I worked at the head office at Redwood Shores in California. I worked there in the capacity of a project manager. Then in 1995, I came back to India. So after spending 10 years in USA, I came back to India. I think probably this is around the time when most of you were born, I guess. So yeah, when you were born, I probably had 10 years of experience in USA. That was my Garh Wapsi moment. So after working in USA for 10 years, I had enough money to buy a house in Mumbai. So I came back. Oh, I'm based in Mumbai, okay? And in the last 26 years, 27 years, I have done tens of thousands of projects. I have got lakhs of clients. And I've got crores of users who are using the software, which I have been a part of. State Bank of India, online SBI.com, मैंने बनाया. Bombay Stock Exchange, I have made. Pakistan Stock Exchange, Karachi, that also I have made. I didn't want to, but I was forced to. Axis Bank, income tax returns, when you file your IT returns online, all that stuff I have made here. But after working for so many people, everybody likes to be an entrepreneur. Everybody wants to be an entrepreneur. I'm sure there are a lot of you also who are having some idea ki, I want to make this website and I want to make this startup and I want to have a unicorn someday. So in the year 1998, I made a website called bookmyshow.com. Students, have you heard of bookmyshow.com?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Sir.
Definitely, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm the owner of bookmyshow.com. I'm the founder of bookmyshow.com. And it's not my idea. I have this cousin called Rajesh Balpande. He and two of his friends, they had this idea ki, let's make a website to book the movie tickets. And I told those guys, people are clowns, stupid idea. We did not have computers at home. Nowadays, even a child has a laptop, even children have smartphones. But they said, no, Samir Dada, let's make this. So I helped them out and it was a long struggle. The office is based in Mumbai and Juhu, if you're familiar with Mumbai. Now they're doing quite well, yeah. After the lockdown opened, they sold around 5 crore tickets and they've done around 400 crores in revenue, which is not bad. चाय पानी का खर्चा निकल जाता है. And few years back, Mukesh Ambani has acquired 40% stake in BookMyShow. So after he acquired BookMyShow 40%, then besides the movie tickets and IPL tickets and cricket match tickets and all that, they're into event management. A few years back, Justin Bieber had come to Mumbai. So that entire event was organized by BookMyShow. Then in the year 2006, I made another website called yatra.com. Have you heard of yatra.com?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I'm the owner of yatra.com. It's not my idea. I have this friend called Sabina. She had a travel agency. It's her idea. She told me, Sami, let's make a website to book the plane tickets. I told her, get lost. Nobody's going to buy plane tickets on the internet. But she said, nahi, future mein yahi hone wala hai. So I helped her. We made the website. I'm a partner in it. Their office is based in Delhi, in Gurgaon or Gurugram. They are Asia's number 4 travel company here. Now they're doing quite well. After the lockdown opened, they've done around 750 crores in revenue. which is not bad. So with चाय पानी थोड़ा नाश्ता भी हो जाता, पेट्रोल भी हो जाता है. And currently, I do have a job, by the way. It's not like I'm unemployed, unlike other people. I do have a job. Currently, I'm working with Siebel Systems. Has anyone heard of Siebel Systems?
No, sir.
Arey, this is the 5th largest software company in the world. These are the things you should be aware of. Which are the top 10 software companies in the world? Huh? Number 1 is Oracle, number 2 is Microsoft, Siebel is number 5. Google is not a software company. Siebel is a CRM software. I hope you know what CRM stands for. No?
Customer relationship management.
That's correct. That's correct. It stands for Customer Relationship Management. So Siebel is a ready-made software to manage your customers. See, today the customer is the most important entity for any business. For CLAC Mumbai, you are a customer. It's important that they give you the quality service. It's important that they give you the quality training. It's important that they assist you in placements. It's important that they take your feedback. It's important that they listen to your suggestions, to your complaints. This will ensure that the next batch will also have 250 students, isn't it? So Siebel is a ready-made software to manage your customers. For example, if there is a problem in your ATM card, what will you do? You will telephone your bank, you will telephone the call center, you will register a complaint that there is a problem in your ATM card, the chip is not working. Now, in the call center, the operator who is noting down your complaint, who's assigning someone to manage your complaint, is using the Siebel software. After your problem has been resolved, they will take your feedback. Were you satisfied with the service? All of this comes under customer management. And in Siebel, my designation, I am the business and technical head for the whole of Asia Pacific. Asia Pacific means Asia plus Australia. I'm also managing UK and I'm also managing Europe. Okay? So I have approximately 3.5 lakh programmers who are working under me. Yeah, so don't mess with me. I have around 3.5 lakh programmers, which is more than the size of your TCS and Infosys and all these chiller companies. TCS को तो मैं जेब में लेके निकलता हूँ. So it's like managing an army. What it's a lot of stress, yeah. But I just love what I'm doing. So anyway, so that's my background in brief, students, and we will get to know each other better in the next 2 weeks. And by the time the next 2 weeks are over, I hope that you have learned something new. And I hope that I have made 250 new friends out here.
Yes,
So
sir.
on that note, let's begin. Om Namah Shivaya. Let's start with the batch, yeah? Let's go.
Yes.
Let's start with
Yes, sir.
database. Let's start with database.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Arey 3.5 lakh
Yes, sir.
programmers. 3.5 lakh programmers. Forget about AK-47. सबके हाथ में एक डंडा भी दे दिया. We can just walk into Pakistan and break it into 4 pieces. You know?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let's do that. Yeah. So let's start with database. Students, one instruction, please note down everything that is covered. ठीक है ना? Please make good notes. Your notes will help you. Your notes will help you for forget exams. वो तो you have read so far. Forget exams. Your notes will help you in interviews, in placements. Your notes will help you when you start working. In fact, just last Sunday, I met one ex-student of mine whom I had taught long time ago, 1998. He told me he still refers to my notes. So make good notes, and yeah, if you have any question, please feel free to interrupt me. Feel free to interrupt me. And while the session is on, you can have your tea, coffee, I don't mind. You can eat something. Pura picnic mat karna. If you want to smoke or whatever, I don't have a problem. So just do what you want. But yeah, let's concentrate. Yeah. Let's start with MySQL. Let's begin. So I'm using a computer. I'm sitting at home. I have a laptop. Maybe you have a desktop. Maybe you're joining this session through your mobile phone. The origin of the word computer, it is from the French word computer, which was originally a Latin word, which means to compute or to calculate. That's the origin of the word computer. See, I'll tell you one thing, students. The best way to learn any new technology now is to go into the history of it. याद रखना 36 साल का एक्सपीरियंस बता रहा है मैं. The way to learn any new technology is to go into the history of it. Who founded it? What was the need for it? So the origin of the word computer is from the French word, originally Latin word computer, which means to compute or to calculate. So the first computer was a calculator. I'm sure everyone knows who invented the computer. Who invented the computer?
Charles Babbage.
Babbage.
That's right. Charles Babbage invented the first computer. Charles Babbage was a mathematician. He wanted to calculate the square root of a 13-digit number, 14-digit number. So he invented the first computer. The first computer was a mechanical machine. Today, your computer is electronic machine. But the first computer was a mechanical machine. It had gears. It had an engine. It had moving parts. I have been told that some of you have done mechanical engineering. Let me see if I can pull it up for you. I have a picture of the first computer here. Check it out. This is Charles Babbage. And this is the first computer. Amazing. Yeah? It is there at the Royal Museum in London. So the next time you go to London, this is one thing you must see. It's amazing. You know? जैसे अपने बापूजी का वो चरखा है ना, वैसे चलता है वो. I've seen it. It's pretty amazing. Yeah? So the first computer was a calculator, mechanical machine. Today it is electronic machine. Today the computer is so tiny, your mobile phone is a computer. Yeah? You carry it in your pocket and go. Some of you have a smartwatch. You see how tiny the computer is. But today a computer is capable of much more. It's not just a calculator, right? Today a computer is capable of much more. What a computer basically does, the job of a computer. What is the job of computer? The job of computer, it converts data into information. That's it. That's the job of computer. So after 6 months, when you start working, you may work as a Java programmer. You may work as a .NET developer. You may work in C++. Your aim in life is going to be this only. Convert the data into information. Data is input. Information is output. Data is what goes in. Information is what comes out. These are just some basic terms which I'm quite sure that you are familiar with. Now, what do I mean by data? Data means raw facts. For example, suppose I type a number out here, 22021984. I can type this number anyhow. I'm using Notepad. Can you see? I'm using Notepad. You can type this number using Word. You can type this number using Excel. I showed you Excel just now. Maybe some intelligent person here will write a C program. Scanf, please enter number \n %d. This number is a piece of data. It doesn't mean anything. It's a piece of data. इसको देख के मेरे को समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. What is this number? But think about it. This number could be a telephone number. It could be a landline number. This is my residence number. Now this number has become more meaningful to you. ये समीर का रेसिडेंस नंबर है. 6 महीने के बाद जॉब नहीं मिला तो काम आएगा. You can take some action. Maybe your management can take some decision. Or think about it. This number could be a date. हो सकता है. It could be a date. This number could be a PIN code. Possible. We know that PIN code is 6 digit, but in future it's going to be 8 digit. Modi hai to mumkin hai. Anything is possible. So when I tell you that this number is a PIN code, now this number has become more meaningful. You can take some action. or your management can make some decision. So when this number is conveying some meaning to you, it becomes information. So what is information? Information is also data only, but it is meaningful data. It's also known as processed data. It is data on whose basis, keep writing, huh? After 6 months, you won't remember. Data on whose basis the management can make some decision. Or you may take some action. That is information. Are we clear? Difference between data and information. For example, we have 255 students here, I think, is what I have been told. ASCII value 0 to 255 hai yahan pe. I have been informed that there are 255 students. Now suppose I enter the names of all the students and the marks which you have got in your graduation, that is data. But suppose I find out the average for your batch, then it becomes information. I can compare your batch with the previous batch. Are you smarter than the previous batch? Or are you weaker than the previous batch? If you're smarter than the previous batch, I can cover more topics in more detail. If you're weaker than the previous batch, then I'll focus on the concepts, the foundation. Or suppose I find out the maximum for your batch, who's the topper of this batch. Then I have information. And the work done by the computer to convert this data into information is known as processing. So what is processing? What do I mean by processing? Processing is the work done by the computer to convert the data into information. All right, students, any questions?
No.
Let me open my whiteboard here. Can everyone see this clearly?
Yes,
Now,
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
look here. Now that we know what is meant by data, now that we know what is meant by information, now that we know what is meant by processing, suppose I have a collection of data. Keep writing, huh? Don't stop writing. I think I need to open this whiteboard again. It's a problem with Microsoft. Yeah, look here. Suppose I type some numbers out here. 10, 50, 40, 30, 25, 60. I have a collection of data. What do I have? I have a collection of data. A collection of data, it's known as database. It's known as database. So what is database? Database is collection of data. Keep writing. So what is database? The definition of database. Database is collection of data. You can type all these numbers anyhow. Type it in Notepad, type it in MS Word, type it in Excel, write a Java program. It's a collection of data. It's known as database. Of course, it's a collection of large amounts of data. It's a collection of large amounts of data. Let me make myself clear. I don't have 5 numbers and 6 numbers. I have crores of numbers. अपनी बातें सब करोड़ों में ही रहती है. I have crores of numbers. वो भी hundreds of crores. No चिल्लरगिरी here. 1 byte, 2 byte की बात मत करना है. I have crores of numbers. I have hundreds of crores of numbers. Population of India, 130 crore. Population of the entire planet, maybe 600 crore. Then I have a database. It's a collection of large amounts of data. All my data will not fit in one file here. My data is there in multiple files. I have hundreds of files. I have thousands of files. I have crores of files. Then it becomes a database. You know, you go to Mantralaya. You know Mantralaya, Bombay.
Yes, sir.
If you go to Mantralaya, वहां पे करोड़ों फाइल पड़े. जगह नहीं है रखने के लिए. ऐसे सीडी में पड़े वहां पे. सब जंक खा रहे, full of dust. That's a database. I have crores of files. Large amounts of data. Great. And what is meant by DBMS? What is DBMS?
Database
management system.
Database management system
for data to handle data.
Database management system. DBMS would be database management system. So what is a DBMS? Whenever I use the word DBMS, just think of Excel. Just think of Excel. I showed you Excel just now. Excel is a DBMS. So what is DBMS? DBMS is a ready-made software. Excel is ready-made software. Purchase it, install it, start using it. If you buy a new Windows laptop, it is free. It's a part of Windows. आजकल free में आता है Excel. If you want the commercial license, it costs around 9,000 rupees. Offices always have to have commercial license. It's a ready-made software that allows you to manage your data, or should I say helps you to manage your data. It's a ready-made software that helps you to manage your data. If you want the ANSI definition, do you know what is ANSI? I'm sure you know ANSI. Come on now. What is ANSI?
American National Standard Institute.
That's right. American National Standards Institute. It's a government organization. In India, we have ISI, Indian Standards Institute. In USA, they have ANSI, American National Standards Institute. According to ANSI, a DBMS is a collection of programs. It's a collection of programs that allows you to insert, update, delete, and process. Collection of programs, ready-made software. Excel is what? Ready-made software. It's a collection of programs. Microsoft ने भी Excel बनाया, प्यार से बनाया. Excel has been created using C++. It's a collection of programs that allows you to insert. Now, what do I mean by insert? Look here. Suppose I add a new row here. 21, 27, 18. This is example of insert. Update. Update means to modify. I have 30 here. I'll change it to 39. That's an example of update. Delete. Delete means to clear. Delete means to clear. Suppose I erase this first row. That's an example of delete. And process. We know what processing is. What is processing? What is processing? Convert this data into information, isn't it? Convert this data into information, make it more meaningful. Maybe I find out the total, maybe I find out the average, maybe I find out the minimum, I find out the maximum. That is processing. So a DBMS, it's a ready-made software. It helps you to manage your data. Right now, there are various DBMSs available in the market. For example, there is Excel, which everybody knows. Can you give me some examples of DBMS students? Can we have a two-way traffic? Please interact. Anyone? Example of DBMS?
Foxbase.
That's right. DBase, Foxbase, FoxPro. Lots of these small banks, these cooperative banks, Janta Sahakari Bank, they all use FoxPro. DBase, Foxbase, FoxPro, there's Clipper. Union Bank of India uses Clipper. Advanced Revelation, DB Vista, Data Ease, Data Flex, Potro Pro. These are examples of DBMS. There are hundreds of them. There are hundreds of them. These are all interview questions. What is DBMS? What is definition of DBMS? What is example of DBMS? There are hundreds of them from different companies. But these are the most popular ones. Excel is from Microsoft. Fox Pro is from Fox Systems. Quattro Pro is from Borland. You must know Excel. Huh? I showed you Excel just
Yes, sir.
now. You should know programming in Excel. You know, you can write a program in Excel. I'll show you. I'll open a new file. Let me enter some data here. I've entered some numbers here. Now, suppose you want to find out the total. What is the total? Simple. Sum of all this. You can write a program in Excel. You must know Excel programming. An Excel program, it's known as a macro. Excel program is known as a macro. We have something known as VBA programming. Let me tell you an interesting number. Let me tell you something which you're going to find difficult to believe. Huh? Do you know 53% of the work in IT industry, और मैं होश में बात कर रहा हूँ, 53% of the work of IT industry is done in Excel. How about that? अपन क्या कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे? जावा. अरे उससे अच्छा टाइपिंग सीख लो, एक्सेल कर लो, नौकरी मिल जाएगी. 53% of the world, 53% of the work in IT industry is done in Excel. So when you start working, it is assumed that you know Excel. Please learn it, na? Excel programming. Go wherever you want. Go to YouTube, see some videos. Please learn Excel programming. ज़्यादा time नहीं लगेगा. It will hardly take you 40-50 hours. So every weekend, take out 1 hour on Saturday, 1 hour on Sunday, learn Excel. Because when you start working, you say that you have learned Java, you have learned .NET, you have learned PHP. It's assumed you know Excel. So once you start working, your boss is going to ask you to write a program in Excel. And when you say you don't know Excel, what will your boss say? Okay, I'm giving you 1 week. Learn it. Otherwise, don't come next week. You want to learn Excel now, yeah, when you're relaxed. You don't want to learn Excel when there is a gun on your head. Mark my words. Learn it.
Yes, sir.
Even CDAC is a high-tech organization. But when I told Shweta, please send me a list of students, She sent me one Excel file. वो भी WhatsApp में किया. Excel program is known as a macro. Anyway, I am not here to teach you Excel. We are here to learn MySQL. MySQL is an RDBMS. So is Oracle. So to begin with, how would you compare a DBMS with an RDBMS? This is the first question that is asked in any database interview. How would you compare DBMS with an RDBMS? Let's discuss this for an hour or two. What is the need for RDBMS? First class काम चल रहा है Excel में. So how would you compare something like Oracle, something like MySQL with Excel? This is something we should know. This is the first question asked in any database interview. Students, I'm so happy you're learning database. Within the first 2 months of your course, because this is going to change your life. You know, in Bombay, 60% of IT industry works on database. 30% Java, 10% others. मैं बॉम्बे की बात कर रहा हूँ. Don't ask me about Pune and Bangalore. मैं बॉम्बे की बात कर रहा हूँ. I assume that your placements would be in Mumbai, right? The market is good right now. Freshers are getting 8 and 9 lakh salary starting here, which is not bad. What do you think, Akshay? महीने का 60-70 हजार मिल गया तो लाइफ चेंज हो जाएगा.
Yes, sir.
महीने का 60-70 हजार मिल गया तो लाइफ चेंज हो जाएगा क्या?
Yes, sir. होगा.
अरे तू मेरे साथ रहे, अपन 1 घंटे में 60-70 हजार कमाएंगे.
Okay, sir. चलेगा.
1 मिनट में कमाएंगे. 60-70 हजार क्या चीज है? So how would you compare DBMS with RDBMS? Forget about interviews. When you start working, your client is going to ask you, why to use Oracle? Why not use Excel? Oracle is an expensive software, boss. Oracle costs 35 lakh rupees. Oracle costs 35 lakh rupees for 10 users. MySQL is cheaper. MySQL costs 1.5 lakh rupees. Excel, 9,000 rupees. And forget 9,000. आजकल ऐसे लोग मिलते हैं. They'll say, why to use Excel? Samir, let's use Notepad, na? Text file, first class, free of cost. Why to spend 9,000 rupees also? खास करके पूना वाले. Why to spend 9,000 also? So we need to justify why to use RDBMS. Why not Excel? So let's just discuss that for some time. So for starters, since I'm talking about DBMS, let me open Excel. I hope you're writing, guys.
Yes, sir.
लिखते जाओ देश के लिए. I have some department data. Fast. I have department number, I have department name, and I have location. I have some department data. Department number, I have 10 and 20. Department name, training and exports. Location is Mumbai and Delhi. I have some department data. So my company has got two departments. Training and exports located in Mumbai and Delhi. How to save this data? File save. I'll save it on my desktop. Let me call it department. Can you see my desktop? I have some department file. Let me open it. To explain the things better, let me put this in my whiteboard. So I have some department data. Now in a DBMS, when I say DBMS, think about Excel. In a DBMS, you see this location here. In a DBMS, this location, it's known as a field. It's known as a field. I have three fields out here. Department number, DNAME, location. Even your Java programming, since you guys know Java, in Java, if you create a structure, it's known as a field. I have three fields out here. Department number, DNAME, location. But the same thing in RDBMS. What is it known as? It's not known as field. Our naming conventions are different. What do we call this in RDBMS? Anyone?
Column.
It's known as a column. That's right. So what is field over there is known as column over here. It's also known as attribute. If you are familiar with these terms, that's great. If you're not familiar with these terms, you'll have to get used to it, because henceforth, I talk about columns, I talk about attributes. Okay? Now, see here, 20 exports Delhi. In a DBMS, this is known as a record. It's known as a record. In a DBMS, this is known as a record. I have two records out here. Even in your Java programming, if you create a structure, it's known as a record, isn't it? It's known as a record. But in RDBMS, the naming conventions are different. In RDBMS, the same thing, it's known as a row. It's known as a row. I have two rows, 10 and 20. It's known as a row. It's also known as tuple. It's known as tuple. Please repeat after me. Pupil. It's known as pupil.
Pupil.
Pupil. Don't say tuple. Tuple, chappal, nahi. It's pupil.
Pupil.
IT industry communication is important. Huh? Never mind if you are from Alibag. Communication is important. It's known as row. It's known as tuple. It's known as entity. Once again, if you are familiar with these terms, great. If you're not familiar with it, you'll have to get used to it because henceforth, I'll talk about rows, or sometimes I may use the term tuple or entity also. And lastly, you see this department data here. Lastly, how do we save this data in Excel, students? How to save this data in Excel? We save it inside a file. Agreed? How do I save my data? I save it in the form of a file. I just saved this file on the desktop. No? I showed it to you. So concept of file is there. If I type it in Excel, it's a .xlxx file. If I type it in Word, it's a Word document. It's a docx file. If I type it in Notepad, it's a text file. It's a txt file. The concept of file is there. दिन भर file करते रहते. It's known as a file. But same thing in RDBMS. What is it known as? Anybody?
Table.
That's correct. It's known as a table. The terminology is different here. The naming conventions are different. Get used to it. It's known as a table. Why it's known as a table? If you see my diagram, it is in a tabular format. Agreed? It's in a tabular format. So it's known as a table. It's known as a table. It's also known as relation. It's also known as entity, class. It's known as entity class. So the first difference between DBMS and RDBMS is the naming conventions. Or should I use the word nomenclature? Are different. Please explain this nicely in interviews. Difference between DBMS and RDBMS. Difference between Excel and MySQL. Difference between Excel and Oracle. Draw this diagram, explain. The naming conventions are different. So that's point number one. Now, listen, I have department table. I have department table. Let me create another table. Let me draw this neatly. Please draw this in your notebook. लिखते जाओ. You won't remember after 6 months. Suppose I create EMP table. In EMP table, I have employee number, rename, SAL and department number. So I have department table, I have EMP table. All right. In EMP table, I want to store all my employee details. Now look here. Suppose I insert a new row. Suppose I insert a new row. I will insert employee number 1. E name is Bhavna. The sal is 5,000 and department number is 10. I'll insert employee number 2. E name is Nikita. The sal is 6,000 and department number is 20. Now, look here. I want you to compare, students, concentrate. I want you to compare EMP table with department table. If you compare these two tables, I want you all to observe that department number column is common in both the tables. Yes or no?
Yes,
So when I say that Bhavna belongs to department number 10, it means she belongs to training Mumbai. Or when I say that Nikita belongs to department number 20, it means that she belongs to exports Delhi. Agreed? It's an RDBMS. It's a relational database management system. Now, understand my requirement. What is happening here is this department number column of EMP. What is this column doing? This department number column of EMP, it is referencing the department number of department. Now, please understand my requirement. Suppose I insert a new row in EMP. I will insert employee number 3. I will insert the name as Shweta. I will insert the sal as 7,000. When the user inserts a new row in EMP, when the user specifies a value for department number, I want to restrict the user. He has to enter a valid value for department number. The user has to enter department number which is present in department table. The user can only insert department number 10 or 20. He cannot enter something invalid, for example, 40, which does not belong in department. Did you understand my requirement? Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So here is the thing. If you want to implement this in DBMS, whenever I say DBMS, think about Excel. If you want to implement this in DBMS, these are two files. Agreed. There's a department file, there is EMP file. If you plan to implement this in DBMS, the relationship between the two files is maintained programmatically. The point is, a program has to be written for this. I'll tell you what your logic will be. Each time the user inserts a row in EMP, you're going to check if that department number is present in department. If yes, you will allow the insertion. If no, you'll give an error message. The point is, a program has to be written. And that will take time. It will take maybe 2 to 3 hours to write that program. On the other hand, suppose I'm using an RDBMS. Suppose I'm using Oracle, or suppose I'm using MySQL. What happens in RDBMS? Firstly, these are tables. Table is not a file. And this relationship between the two tables can be specified at the time of table creation. There is something known as foreign key constraint. All I need to do is give one command, which will take hardly 1 minute. And all this precious time of 2 hours and 3 hours of programming will be saved. So, जो 2 घंटे में हो रहा है, वो 1 minute में हो रहा है. That's the power of an RDBMS. It reduces the amount of time spent on software development. What's going to take me 10 years over there will take me 1 month over here. That's what I'm paying 35 lakhs for. For me, 10 years compared to 1 month, that is worth 35 lakhs. Yeah. That's what I'm paying 35 lakhs for. So let's make a note of it. Let's make a note of it that in a DBMS, the relationship between the two files is maintained programmatically. Whereas in RDBMS, what happens? The relationship between the two tables can be specified at the time of table creation. We have something known as foreign key constraint.
Samir sir,
Yes.
I have a doubt.
Yes.
Sir, you have written DBMS in front of Oracle and MySQL and RDBMS in front of Excel. And while telling you are telling it in the opposite manner.
Yes. So make this correction. Kaustubh, thanks for pointing it out. मैंने उल्टा लिखा. Students, please make this correction. I didn't realize it. I'm happy Kaustubh realized it. Happens. So, students, if you have understood this point, obviously in a DBMS, there is more programming. Yes or no? Whereas in RDBMS, there is less programming. I'm not saying there's no programming that you cannot run away from, but I'm saying there is less programming. So obviously, in DBMS, more time is required for software development, whereas in RDBMS, less time is required for software development. So tell me, what does your client want? Does your client want software to be ready in 5 years? Or does your client want software to be ready in 6 months?
Ready as soon as possible.
Obviously, quickly in 6 months. That's what you're paying 35 lakhs for. For a big company, 35 lakhs is a small amount. It may be a big amount for me, but for a large company, it's a small amount. Their business is worth that much, their time is worth that much. And what about you as a developer? What about you as a programmer? And you are working. Do you want more programming or do you want less programming?
Less program.
Less programming. Na? Obviously, nobody wants to write a 2000 line program. I want to write 10 line and 20 line program. हो सके तो I want to solve my problem in one command or two commands. So client is happy, customer is happy, programmer is happy. All happy people here if I'm using RDBMS. It's a big thing. Huh? Less time is required for software development. Nobody has time now. Let's take another point. Keep writing. I have Delhi and I have Mumbai. This is Delhi and this is Mumbai. I have EMP table. My EMP table is in Delhi. Let's assume we have 1 million rows. I have 10 lakh employees. I have 1 million rows. I have 10 lakh employees. Indian Railways has 20 lakh employees. तो 10 lakh कम बोल दिया मैं. Mumbai is connected to Delhi with the help of network. We have an internet connection between Mumbai and Delhi. Now understand my requirement. I am in Mumbai. Sitting here in Mumbai, I want to find out how many rows are there. SAL is greater than 5,000. This is my requirement. How many rows are present? SAL greater than 5,000. Nothing great about this. You can write a select statement. I can say select star from EMP, where SAL is greater than 5,000. Now, first things first. You see this computer which I'm using in Mumbai. This computer which I'm using in Mumbai, this is known as the client machine. Are you familiar with these terms? This is known as client machine. And this computer that I have in Delhi, it's known as server. Students, are you familiar with these terms, client and server? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, suppose you try this in Excel. Also correct, no? Excel is a DBMS.
Yes, sir.
Suppose you try this in Excel. What happens in Excel? How is my data saved? How is the ZMP data saved? It is saved inside a file. Agreed? Now, suppose you try this in Excel. You know what happens in Excel? A copy of the file will be sent from Delhi to Mumbai. Can you imagine that? A copy of the file is sent from Delhi to Mumbai, which means 1 million rows are coming from Delhi to Mumbai. This processing, SAL greater than 5,000, it will take place in the RAM of Mumbai PC. Processing on client machine. And after you have seen the output, whichever rows are satisfying this condition, suppose you decide to update those rows or you decide to delete those rows, the new file is sent to Delhi. And look at me, the new file is sent to Delhi and the original file in Delhi is overwritten. Are you understanding? The original file in Delhi is overwritten. So what is happening here? My network traffic is very high. Agreed? Why? 1 million rows are coming from Delhi to Mumbai. 1 million rows are going back from Mumbai to Delhi. My network traffic is very high. Processing on client machine. And therefore, this is going to be slow and it's going to be expensive. Network costs money. Yeah? Per MB, I have to pay. On the other hand, suppose I'm using RDBMS. Suppose I'm using MySQL or Oracle. What happens in RDBMS? This is a table. Table is not a file. I'll tell you what a table is after some time. What happens in RDBMS? This processing, SAL greater than 5,000, it takes place in Delhi itself, processing on server. And only those few rows which are satisfying this condition, they will come from Delhi to Mumbai on the network. So my network traffic is reduced. Why? Because processing is on server. And therefore, this is going to be faster. And this is going to be cheaper. My monthly internet bill will be less. जो लाखों में आ रहा है वो thousands में आएगा. All this has to be considered when you offer a solution to your client. Here, when I say client, I mean customer. Let's say State Bank of India. When you offer them a solution, you have to think about all of this. Don't say 35 lakhs and reject it. Think about your hardware cost. Think about your network cost. Think about your infrastructure cost. And then you decide whether to use DBMS or RD. Let's make a note of it. In a DBMS, we have high network traffic. Whereas in RDBMS, I have low network traffic. Why do I have high network traffic? Because the processing is on client machine. Whereas here, the processing is on server machine. And therefore, DBMS is going to be slow. It's going to be expensive. Whereas this is going to be faster and cheaper. Have a look at this last point. I'm saying RDBMS is faster and cheaper. Don't get me wrong. RDBMS is slow. RDBMS is slow. You know, after a week or so, when I start with programming, we are going to write a program which takes 45 minutes to execute. You run the program and you wait for the output. And you wait, and you wait, and you wait. कि अच्छे दिन आएंगे. So you run the program, you go have a lunch, come back. By the time you come back, तब तक output आ जाना चाहिए. RDBMS is slow. और क्या? I'm saying cheaper. Kaustubh, this time I'm not making a mistake. RDBMS is expensive. Don't get me wrong. Why am I saying it's cheaper? I'll tell you. अभी भी बड़ा सोच रहा है. Let's talk about CDAC Kharghar. Have you been to CDAC Kharghar, students? नहीं. सिर्फ फोटो देखा होगा ना इंटरनेट पे.
हाँ सर.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
मैं गया हूँ CDAC Kharghar. वहां पे रहा भी हूँ. CDAC Kharghar में पानी भी पिया हूँ, खाना भी खाया हूँ. Let's talk about CDAC Kharghar. In CDAC Kharghar, there is ground floor and first floor. ग्राउंड फ्लोर में क्लासरूम है. फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे सर्वर है. So in CDAC Kharghar, this is the server. My EMP table is here. It's there in the server. But do you go and work on the server? No. As a student, you are not allowed to go upstairs. वहाँ पे R&D division है CDAC का. You will be sitting in the classroom. You will be sitting in the lab. Let me tell you about the lab in CDAC Kharghar. कभी क्लासरूम देखा है आप लोगों ने? या सब ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन ऑनलाइन? कभी क्लासरूम देखे हैं क्या?
देखे ना सर.
Yes, sir.
देखे ना सर. कॉलेज में 2 साल हो गए क्लासरूम देखे हुए.
अच्छा. So, agar suppose we had a physical batch, then I'm telling you what happened. We have the lab in CDAC. I'm talking about Kharghar. Kharghar जो एक ही थाली के चट्टे पर. What do we have in the lab? All these computers that you're seeing here, these are the client machines. ठीक है ना? These are the client machines. So you're going to go to the lab, and these are the client machines. C1, C2, C3. ऐसे there are, I think, 130 or 135 if I'm not mistaken. चल 140 कर लेते. Now there is a network in CDAC Kharghar. So all these machines, it's a local network. I'm not talking about internet. We have a local network, and all these machines, all these computers, they are connected to the server. And all of them will access the EMP table, which is there on server. Now let's talk about DBMS for a minute. Just bear with me. What happens in Excel? The processing is on client machine. Because the processing is on client machine, all these computers, they need to be powerful machines. Yes or no? All of them will require 64 GB RAM. All of them will require i7 processor. Yes or no? 64 GB RAM, i7 processor. Maybe the latest version of Windows 11. Maybe their 11th gen, 11th generation, 12th generation. Abhi to i9 bhi aa gaya. Which means I'll have to spend at least 2 lakh rupees per computer into 140. कितना हो गया? 2.8 crore. Server can be an ordinary machine. Let's say I spend 1 lakh on the server. Maybe 1 lakh rupees per server. Now this is what is happening in DBMS. In RDBMS, what happens? Processing is on server machine. And since the processing is on server machine, my server needs to be a powerful machine. All right? My server needs to be a powerful machine. So instead of 64 GB RAM, you know what I do? Let me put 256 GB RAM. No tension. Instead of i7 processor, I'll go for i9 processor. I'll go for octa-core, 8 core. Maybe I'll have a 10 terabyte hard disk. Let me spend 5 lakh rupees on the server. No problem. My client machines could be ordinary machines, could be i3, which hardly cost 25,000 rupees. Multiplied by 140, कितना हो गया? 35 lakh. How much is the total? 35 plus 5 is 40 lakhs. Compare that with 2.8 crores. So when I say that this is cheaper, you have to consider the hardware cost, the network cost, the infrastructure cost. Don't say 35 lakhs for Oracle and reject it. Consider your monthly internet bill and then you decide whether to use DBMS or RDBMS. So when I say that this is faster and cheaper in terms of hardware cost, infrastructure cost, network cost, in that respect, it is faster and cheaper. Are we clear? May I continue?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on. Keep writing. Once again, I have Delhi, I have Mumbai. I have EMP table. My table is in Delhi. I have all these rows in EMP table. Sitting here in Mumbai, I issue an update statement. I'll issue an update statement. I will say update EMP. Set SAL equal to 6,000, where EMPNO equal to 1. Understand what I'm doing? I issue an update statement. So in effect, what am I doing? In effect, I am updating. In effect, I am updating the first row of EMP table. Okay? Nothing great about this. I'll write an update statement and I will issue this command. At the same time, let's assume we have a user who's sitting in Calcutta. सुनो मेरी बात. This user is also connected to the Delhi database. Now this user also issues an update statement. Suppose he plans to update some other row. Set SAL equal to 10,000, where EMPNO equal to 2. This user is trying to update where employee number equal to 2. You understand what's happening? He's trying to update the second row. He's trying to update the second row. Not possible in a DBMS. Not possible in a DBMS. Why? Kostum. What happens in DBMS? When I say DBMS, think about Excel. What happens in DBMS? How is this data stored, my friends? All this data is stored inside a file. Agreed? All this data is stored inside one file. So what happens in Excel? When my Mumbai user updates the first row, you know what happens? When my Mumbai user updates the first row, the whole file becomes read-only for other user. The whole file becomes read-only for other user. No other user can update anything inside that file till my Mumbai user has saved the changes. This concept, it's known as locking. It's known as locking. The whole file becomes read-only. So the challenge out here is that in a DBMS, I have a challenge of file level locking. I have a problem of file level locking. I have a problem of file level locking. But you know what happens in RDBMS? Listen to me. When Mumbai user what happens here? When Mumbai user updates the first row, only that row becomes read-only for others. Other users can update other rows. You update your row, I'll update my row. And all of us can work together simultaneously. So here, the locking is at row level. When I update a row, it becomes read-only for others. The locking is at row level. It's a big thing here. Here I have row level locking. You understand the difference? File level and row level. It's a big thing here. So therefore, DBMS is not suitable for multi-user. Agreed? It's not suitable for multi-user. Whereas RDBMS is suitable for multi-user. So ask your client here, do you want a single user software or you want a multi-user software?
Multi-user.
Don't answer. Ask your client. Imagine Book My Show here. Have you booked ticket on Book My Show?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Many
sir.
Many times, na? Chalo. Thank you for your contribution. So, when you book your ticket on Book My Show, imagine kar lo. Kaustubh, suppose I use Excel in Book My Show. What happens when Kaustubh goes to Book My Show and he decides to book 2 tickets for a particular movie? If I use Excel, file level locking. तो कौस्तुभ ले रहा है 2 टिकट लेकिन पूरा थिएटर लॉक हो गया. Nobody else in the world can buy a ticket in that theater till Kaustubh has finished his payment, till he has saved the changes. So what do? I use Oracle. The locking is at row level. So if Kaustubh is booking 2 tickets for a particular movie, only those 2 seats, only those 2 rows are locked. Other people in the world can book tickets for other seats simultaneously. Obviously, I can't use Excel. Yeah, I'll have to use Oracle or MySQL. It's a big thing. And you might be wondering यार कि ये कैसे हो सकता है कि यहाँ पे फाइल लेवल है, यहाँ पे रो लेवल है. So let me tell you a secret, students. Let me make database easy for you. सुनो मेरी बात. You must have spent approximately 1 lakh rupees for your CDAC course. मोटा मोटा, हाँ. अभी सुनो मेरी बात. 1 लाख रुपए में अब भी बताता हूँ, वसूल अब भी करवाता हूँ. Let me tell you a secret. You must be wondering कि Excel में कैसे क्या the whole file becomes read only. Well, let me tell you. In RDBMS, you know what happens? Table is not a file. तो है क्या table? Table is not a file. Table is not a file. So what is a table? Table is not a file. Every row is a file. You heard me? Table is not a file. Every row is a file. So can I say a table is a collection of rows? And if I talk about the architecture for a minute, can I say that a table is like a folder, it's a collection of files? Can you relate to that? A table, internally, table is not a file. Write down, internally, table is not a file. Internally, every row is a file. And that explains it. What a brilliant idea. Every row is a file. Done. Let's take this point further. Let's expand on this more. Hear me out. I have a database in Delhi. I have EMP table in Delhi. You know, I can have a database in Mumbai also. In Mumbai, I have a students table in which I'm storing all my students' data. And in Mumbai, I also have a department table where I'm storing all my department details. Like that, I can have a database in Calcutta also. Maybe I have a customers table here. Although who will do shopping in Calcutta, God knows. But I have a customers table in Calcutta. And these customers must have placed some orders. So I have an orders table also in Calcutta. Anybody from Calcutta here? Students? कोई है क्या? नहीं है. Most of you, शिंदे, बंदे, दीक्षित, लगता है मोस्टली लोकल पब्लिक है. रहाने, शिंदे, जाधव. Looks like Mumbai or Maharashtra public. Patil.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, maximum from Maharashtra.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
From Maharashtra.
Sir.
Yes, sir.
और उसमें से जलगांव से ज्यादा है सर.
अच्छा.
Not Maharashtra.
चलो.
Congrats.
तो मैं थोड़ा ऑल इंडिया सोच रहा हूँ, if you don't mind. I have Delhi database, Mumbai database, Calcutta database. Suppose my office has 3 branches. Let me make it simple. My office has got 3 branches. There is Delhi branch, Mumbai branch, Calcutta branch. In Delhi branch, I have EMP table. In Mumbai branch, I have students table, department table. In Calcutta, we have customers table and orders table. Now the thing is, all of them are interconnected. All of them are on the network. So Mumbai is updating Delhi, no. At the same time, Mumbai will say insert into Cal. Mumbai is updating Delhi. Mumbai is inserting into Cal. Cal is updating Delhi. Cal will delete from Mumbai. Understand what's happening? I have three databases. All of them are accessing each other simultaneously. Somebody is inserting here, somebody is updating there, somebody is deleting from here. This is known as a distributed database. Distributed database. Best example I can give you is banking software. Everyone knows banking software. One bank has multiple branches. There is Jalgaon branch, Mumbai branch, Delhi branch, Pune branch. And all of them can access each other's data. From Jalgaon, if you come to Mumbai, you can still access the branch details of Jalgaon. You can use your ATM card in Mumbai. It's all thanks to distributed databases. In a DBMS, distributed databases are not supported. Whereas in RDBMS, most of the RDBMSs they support distributed data. Not all. Let me make myself clear. Not all, but most of the RDBMSs they support distributed database. MySQL supports, Oracle supports, Microsoft SQL Server supports. An exception to this would be MS Access. You know MS Access. MS Access does not support distributed databases. You can't have Bombay, Delhi in MS Access. Okay? And what else? You know, this point number 7, which we had written, I don't remember the point number. Processing on client machine. What was the point number?
6.
6. This point number 6, which we had written, processing on server. This concept, it's known as client-server architecture. I don't know if you've heard this term earlier. It's known as client-server architecture. Processing on server. It's known as client-server architecture. So the point I want to add is that point number 11 in a DBMS, client server architecture is not supported. Whereas in the case of RDBMS, most of the RDBMSs, they support client server architecture. Most of the RD, not all, most. Oracle supports client server architecture. MySQL supports client server architecture. Microsoft SQL supports client server architecture. An exception to this would be MS Access. You can't have server and client in MS Access. Great. One last point. In a DBMS, there's no security. There's no security of data. Whereas in RDBMS, we have multiple levels of security. We have logging in security. We have command level security. And we have object level security. No, that's a pretty blunt statement. I'm saying DBMS, there's no security. Some of you might argue that you can have a password protected file. Are you aware of that feature? I can have a password protected file.
Yes, sir.
I can have a password protected Word document. So you will say ki Samir does not know the password, so he can't access my data. I'll show it to you. In the case of Excel, I'll show you. You know, when you save the file, instead of saying file save, there is an option save as. देखा आपने? File save as.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And when I say file save as, when I say file save as, when I save my file, can you see these tools over here, drop down? Look closely. If you click on this, you will see general options. And in general options, I can specify a password to open the file. Let's say I give the password as CDAC and password to modify the file. I'll give it as CDAC. Asking me to re-enter the password. Cool. So I have a password protected file. So when I try to open the file, it will ask me, enter password, enter password. This is not security yet. Because you will say, I have a password protected file. Samir cannot open my file. Samir cannot see the file. But you know what Samir can do? Samir can delete the file. ये गया recycle bin. I'll show you again. See the power I have. Delete. Are you sure you want to delete? Yes. I can delete the file. भाड़ में गया security. क्या कर लूंगे? Then you'll say कि अच्छा ऐसा है तो then I'll do one thing. I'll make it a hidden file. पता है hidden file? When I save
Yes,
the
sir.
file, you know, if I open my Windows Explorer or if I go to my documents folder, let me open some nice file here. Or let me see this folder. You know, in the properties, I can make it a hidden folder. दिख रहा है यहाँ पे checkbox hidden.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So now if I want to make it hidden, I'm using Windows command. Got nothing to do with MS Office, no? In RDBMS, what happens? Security is inbuilt feature of RDBMS. Security is inbuilt feature of RDBMS. Whereas here, what happens? DBMS allows access to the file through the operating system. You know, OS means operating system. No? Whereas here, this does not allow access to the table through the operating system. How come? I'll tell you why. What is the magic happening here? I'll tell you why. Don't it? Let me explain. Let's talk about CDAC Kharkar. I miss CDAC Kharkar. Not gone there for 3 years. Let's talk about CDAC Kharkar. CDAC Kharkar में एक ही प्रॉब्लम है. खैर जाने दे. Let me assume that this is the database server. I told you, ऊपर में first floor there is server room. My server is kept there. The machine name is Kharkar. Sorry, the machine name is CDAC underscore Kharkar. That is the machine name. You know what that means, right? This is the computer name. And the IP address. You know what is IP address? network address, yes, no. The IP address is 192.168.4.31. At least the last time I went there, it was this. Now if they've changed it, God knows. Anyway, this is your database server. Now, let's assume that this is the server hard disk. The server hard disk is 1000 GB in size. That's 1 terabyte. Actually, technically, it's 1024, but server hard disk is 1000 GB. अभी मैं आप लोगों को बताता हूँ. I guess most of you understand Marathi and Hindi, so I'll tell you what is the gammat jammat happening here. You know, on the server hard disk, क्या है ये? We have a partition. We have a partition. What do I mean by partition? When I say partition, I'll tell you. What do I mean by partition? This is C drive. Please draw this. Draw this diagram on your resume also. I'm telling you, boss, you must have a diagram on your resume. First thing that guy will do is he'll see the diagram and say, boss, ये क्या है? बता देना. ये सीधा एक हार्डवेयर है. ये फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे सर्वर है. ये C ड्राइव है, ये D ड्राइव. In fact, your resume, if you have a hard copy, it should be on colored paper. Your resume should stand out from the remaining 255. CDAC standards are there, but you can go for interview on your own. Huh? मस्त डायग्राम बनाने का, कलर प्रिंट आउट लेने का. एंड इफ यू आर अ बॉय, थोड़ा उस पर डीओ मारने का स्प्रे. इफ यू आर अ गर्ल, थोड़ा परफ्यूम मारने का उसके ऊपर. So I know what I'm getting when I have this person. आप लोग रहो मेरे साथ, बहुत कुछ बताऊंगा. I'll tell you a story every day. There is C drive and D drive. ठीक है? Have you drawn this? C drive में क्या है? 100 GB. D drive 900 GB. You know how to create partition, no? Maybe some of you must have installed Windows manually. When you install Windows, it asks you create partition, delete partition. So I have C drive and D drive. So what is there on C drive? I have operating system. I have operating system. As far as CDAC Hargar is concerned, the operating system there is Windows Server. Don't mix it up with Windows 10 and 11. Huh? This is Windows Server. So obviously, all my files and folders are here. Yes or no? All my files and folders are here. So if I want to share an assignment with all of you, what will I do in CDAC Hargar? I'll create one folder by the name of Samir Dehadrai, or I'll create a folder by the name of DBT, and I will copy the assignments over there and I will share it with you. So I have all my files and folders on C drive. Because I have Windows operating system, have you studied operating system module up till now? Yes? Great.
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
since
sir.
I have Windows operating system here, the file system is NTFS. Barobar. Now that's what I have on C drive. What is there on D drive? On D drive, we have the MySQL database. The MySQL database software is installed here. In fact, a ready-made database has been created for all the students, and the database name is MySQL 57. This is the database name, MySQL 57, indicates that it is version 5.7. This is the database name. If I create a table, if I create EMP table, where is my EMP table stored? It is there over here in D drive. And the file system here is not NTFS, it is OFS. And this file system is something that only the MySQL software can understand. Windows cannot understand. Now that is security, isn't it? Windows can't even see what is there on D drive. That is security. So this is what I have on the server. In any case, going to the server room in the capacity of a student is out of the question. How will you access your table? You will go to the lab in CDAC Kharghar. In the lab, you have the client machine. This is the client machine. There's nothing complicated on the client machine. The operating system is Windows 10. At least when I went there last, that's what it was. And what do I have on this computer? I have the MySQL client software. Let's not mix up server and client. I have the MySQL client software. And I told you, I have a network, we have a network in CDAC Kharghar. So using this client software, with the help of network, you are going to connect to this database. And to connect to this database, you require the MySQL database, username and password. Yes or no? Don't mix it up with your Windows username password. Your Windows username password is different. This is your MySQL database username password. Unless you know the username password, you can't even connect to the database. Unless you know the username password, you can't even connect to the database. A separate user is created for every student. If I remember correctly, The last time I was there, the username was DAC1, DAC2, DAC3, DAC4. Like that, some 130 or 140 users were created. Has everyone drawn this? This is logging in security. You require the MySQL username, password. You require the MySQL database username and password. That is logging in security. Next, I have command level security. I have command level security. Suppose you know the username password. Huh? Let's say in your case, let's say in your case, the username is Shubham and the password is Patil. So Shubham has connected to the database. After he's connected to the database, after Shubham has connected to the database, the question is, what are the MySQL commands he can give? What are the MySQL commands he cannot give? For example, Shubham has the permission to create a table. Create table नहीं किया तो क्या किया life में? Shubham has the permission to create a table. Shubham has the permission to create a procedure. But I don't think Shubham has the permission to create a user. If he wants to create a user, he'll have to request Shweta, please create one more user for me. I want to try out something in multi-user. That is command level security. The permission to give MySQL commands for example, create table, create procedure, create user, etc. I hope it's clear. Total of 80 commands are there, 80. That's all there is. Total of 80 commands are there. You may not have permission on all 80 commands. As a student, you maybe have permission on 40, 50 of those commands, not all 80. Only the administrator has permission to give all 80 commands. Create table, create user, blah, blah, blah. And lastly, we have object level security. What is object level security? See here. I have a multi-user environment. I have a multi-user environment. Suppose I have two users. Let's say this is Dishi. Am I pronouncing this correctly? Let's say this is Dishi. And let's say this is Shweta. These are two database users. Now let's assume that Dishi has created EMP table. If Dishi has created EMP table, she is the owner of this table, yes or no? If she has created this table, She is the owner of this table. It's up to her. It's up to her whether she wants to grant permission to Shweta, whether Shweta can select star from her table, whether Shweta can insert rows into her table. That is object level security. The permission to access the tables of other users. Permission to access the tables of other users. That is object level security. For example, if you have an account on Facebook, suppose you post something on Facebook, it's up to you whether you want to share that post with other users. Maybe you want to share that post only with certain users or certain friends, not all friends. Maybe you have a separate group of college friends, you have a separate group of school friends, separate group of your building or colony friends. You have a separate group for family, and so on and so forth. Or maybe you want to share it, your post with the whole world, make it global. That is object level security, to access the tables of other users, to access the tables and other objects of other users. Did everyone understand different types of security? Compare this with DBMS. In Excel, what can I do? I'll create a file, I'll give a password for the file, and anyone can come and delete the file. That's not security. So, I have covered a dozen differences between DBMS and RDBMS. When you go for interview, at least mention two difference between DBMS and RDBMS. This is the first question asked in any database interview. I know. I remember going to CDAC MET. You know MET CDAC? Bandra mein hai ek center. I remember I had gone there. So one student came up to me with dabba, pedha. He said, sir, job mil gaya. Kidhar? Capgemini. I said, kya pucha? He said, only one question. It was for database. Only one question. Difference between DBMS and RDBMS. That's it. So he took a deep breath, and in 15-20 minutes, he explained all the dozen points, difference between DBMS and RDBMS. Which means, moral of story, you get a job in Capgemini, you don't have to do the CDAC course. You just have to attend the first 2 hours, 42 minutes of Samir Dehadra session. Oh my God.
Top of 1 lakh rupees.
So these are the points you need to consider when your client calls you and says, this is my requirement, what do you suggest? So we have to consider. Do you want client-server architecture? Do you want distributed database? Do you have multiple branches? Do you want a multi-user software? Is security important? Accordingly, you will decide whether to use DBMS or RDBMS. Well, we want all these features. We want multi-user. We want client server. We want security. So we are going to use RDBMS. All right. Any questions? Shall we take a break of 15 minutes? 15?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I hope I have made database easy for you. I hope I have made database interesting for you.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
And I hope you like my style of.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's begin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Who's recording?
It is start.
So already start, sir. Already start.
So, up till now, we went right from the history. What is computer? Origin of the word computer, Latin word computer. We saw what is meant by data, what is meant by information, what is processing, what is input, what is output, what is meant by database, what is DBMS. We saw the ANSI definition of DBMS. And we did a comparison between DBMS and RDBMS. This is what we have done so far. Any questions on any of this? Well, then, moving on. There are various RDBMSs available. Now that we have decided to implement RDBMS, there are various RDBMSs available. So now we have to choose which RDBMS to use. There's Informix, there's Oracle, there is Sybase, there is Microsoft, there is Ingress, Postgres, Unify. There are so many RDBMSs. All of them have their advantages and disadvantages. Some are free, some are paid, some are cheap, some are expensive, some are commercial, some are open source. I'm just trying to give you a market overview. So to begin with, out of all these RDBMSs, Informix is the fastest. If anyone asks you which is the fastest RDBMS, answer is Informix. Fastest in terms of processing speed. Oracle is very slow. Fastest in terms of processing speed. So our first reaction is, let's go for Informatics. Yeah? It's the fastest. No? But before you make any hasty decisions, let me tell you, Informatics is the fastest. You know why? Because in Informatics, all the programming, it has to be done in assembly. Have you heard of assembly programming? Microprocessor programming. Maybe some of you may have done that in your college days.
Yes, sir.
And you know how
Yes, sir.
tedious it is. You know how lengthy it is.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
A small program of 10 lines in microprocessor programming will require at least 200 lines. So that is the advantage and disadvantage, that the programming has to be done in assembly. So because the programming is done in assembly, Informatics interacts very closely with the computer hardware, and therefore the execution is very fast. But then on the flip side, the programming is very tedious. It will take me years to make a simple application. And who's going to wait for 4 years and 5 years? Nobody. I would rather use Oracle, spend a bit extra, get a powerful server. Never mind if it is slow. I'll spend money, no? I'll get a powerful server, good CPU, increase the RAM. Instead of one server, I'll buy two. Yeah. But I want my software to be ready in 6 months and 1 year, not 4 years and 5 years. So Oracle, on the other hand, is the most popular. Let me tell you a bit about Oracle. I won't be covering Oracle in detail. I'll be covering MySQL in detail. But few topics I will be teaching in Oracle as per CDAC requirements. So let me give you a small background. Oracle is the most popular. Why is it the most popular? Because the programming is very easy. First of all, most of the things can be done with a single command. And if you need to write a program also, short programs, listen to me, when you write a program in Oracle, normally you need to write 4 or 5 line programs. You know what is the largest program in Oracle? You know how many lines? The largest program in Oracle is only 9 lines. Imagine karo. The largest program in Oracle is only 9 lines. Compare that with your Java and C programming. 9 lines क्या 50 लाइन मेरे को hash include और hash define ही करना. No comparison. I tell you, students, once you start working in Oracle, you will not feel like working on any other software. You will not feel like working on any other programming language. So, Oracle is a product of Oracle Corporation. As a company, it was founded in 1977. They recently completed 40 years. In fact, in June this year, they will cover 45 years. 40-year software company is a long time in IT industry. When Oracle completed 40 years in 2017, they had a get-together of all current employees and ex-employees. Even I went for it. There were more than 10 lakh people. What a party that was. That was the best party I've ever gone for in my life. More than 10 lakh people. It was held in Houston, the Astrodome. You know, the same place where that Howdy Modi had happened? That same stadium was booked for this party. Man, what a party that. Next day in the morning, अंदर में बाहर में सब लोग इधर उधर पड़े हुए थे. Man, what a party that was. That was the best party I went for. What a party. अब ऐसे देख, everybody is an engineer, but अंदर से सब में वो प्राणी एक ही है. So anyway, Oracle is the most popular. Oracle started off as a small company of 6 people. Socho. It started off as a small company of 6 people. Today, it is the number one largest software company in the world. They have overtaken Microsoft also. It is the largest software company in the world. This is overall I'm telling you. And if you want to be specific, if you want me to talk about database, then Oracle is the number one largest database software company in the world. Till a few years ago, Oracle was number one database software, but overall was Microsoft. But now Oracle has overtaken Microsoft also. And it is the largest software company in the world. The founder of Oracle is this person called Larry Ellison. You may want to look him up later on Google, on YouTube. You should see some of the videos on Larry Ellison. Total rock star hai. He was best friend of Bill Gates. Not Bill Gates, sorry, Steve Jobs. They were so close that when Steve Jobs got kicked out of Apple, Larry Ellison helped him to get up on his feet and fight back and re-enter Apple. They were so close that when Larry Ellison got married, Steve Jobs was the official photographer. They are that close. So look him up, Larry Ellison. He's a big fan of Iron Man. if you have seen Iron Man Part 2, you will see the Oracle logo in Iron Man Part 2. Because he's such a big fan of Iron Man, he sponsored the entire Part 2 of Iron Man. Anyway. So Oracle is the most popular. If you ask me about market share, then Oracle is having 63% of the world commercial database market. I'm choosing my words very carefully. Commercial database market. I'm not talking about free software. I'm not talking about Facebook and Google. Commercial database. You know, Amazon.com, Flipkart.com, commercial ki baat kare. It is having 63% of the world database market. And these figures I'm giving you, they are in the client server environment. What we have here in CDAC Harkat, that's a client server environment. We have a local network, there is server, there is client, there is classroom, there is lab, that's a local network. But if you plan to put your database on the internet, if you want to make an Amazon.com or a Flipkart.com, then Oracle is having 86% of world commercial database market in the internet environment. So think about it. 86% of internet is Oracle database. Commercial की बात कर रहा हूँ. Online SBI.com, AxisBank.com, commercial की बात कर रहा हूँ. Not your Twitter free software. And that is why it is so important that not only should you know Oracle, you should be good in Oracle. In fact, till the year 2016, Oracle was a part of the CDAC syllabus. But then in the year 2016, CDAC decided to shift from commercial to open source. And that's when they removed Oracle and put MySQL. But even today, few topics are there with respect to Oracle. So if you know Oracle, you won't have a problem in your career in IT industry. You will have job stability. You know that these are some of the things that are important nowadays, at least. Because right now, students, everything is very uncertain in the world. किसी को पता नहीं कल क्या होने वाला है. We have all gone through hell in the last 2-3 years. So when I talk about stability, we need to think about the next 40 years. I think that would be the time span of your career, considering most of you are in your 20s or early 20s. So Oracle is a technology where for the next 40 years, you don't have to worry. I've not had a problem touch. See, technologies come and go, okay? JavaScript ho gaya, PHP, Perl, Python, technologies come and go. You can always make a quick buck. But I am one generation before. I am old school. I want stability most. I choose Oracle. Oracle and Java are safe technology. So I don't think Informix is a competition for Oracle. One अभी assembly programming कौन करता है? Only engineering college syllabus में है. Industry where nobody does microprocessor programming. Who's next? Sybase. Sybase as a company is going down. There was a time when Sybase was the number one RDBMS. Oracle was number two. But now Sybase is going down. I think after I left Sybase, it started going down. In fact, Sybase was recently acquired by SAP. If you have heard of SAP, ERP software, well, they have acquired Sybase. They are the new owners of Sybase. I think that was a big mistake by SAP. SAP thought they will purchase Sybase and try to give hold to Oracle. ऐसे थोड़ी होता है, खुद तो डूब ही रहे, साथ में डूब के लेंगे सनम. That sort of a thing. It's like पप्पू यार, वो तो जा ही रहा, उसके साथ जो भी हाथ मिलाता है वो भी खुश है. This is recently acquired by SAP. Then we have Microsoft SQL Server. This is good RDBMS. This is from Microsoft. This is competition for Oracle. या तुमको भी लेके डूबेंगे सनम. This is good RDBMS from Microsoft. This is competition for Oracle. Most probably later when you study .NET, most probably whoever is your .NET instructor, he or she most probably would use Microsoft SQL Server during your online sessions. Because .NET is from Microsoft, SQL Server is also from Microsoft. So connectivity between .NET and this database is very easy. Good RDBMS from Microsoft. But I'll tell you one major limitation. It's a good RDBMS, don't get me wrong, but it works only with Windows operating system. And that's a limitation, isn't it? It won't work on Unix. It won't work on Linux. It won't work on Android. Compare that with Oracle. Yeah? Oracle works on 113 operating systems. Can you imagine? So if you like Windows, you can install Oracle on Windows, but Oracle works on Unix also. HP Unix, Sun Solaris, Digital Unix. It works on Linux also. Red Hat Linux, Ubuntu Linux, CentOS. It works on Android also. I can have Oracle on mobile phone. Not possible with Microsoft. So don't you think that's a limitation? I don't think this is any competition for Oracle. And that is why they are only 16% of the world database market. Either 16% and where 63%. So the closest competitor for Oracle is just 1/4 of what Oracle is, isn't it? So this is not any competition. There are some companies in Mumbai area, they like to use Microsoft SQL Server. They like to use .NET. All your Kotak, Mahindra and all that, they use this. Then what? Ingress, Postgres, Unified. These three RDBMS that I have listed, these are open source. These are open source free RDBMS. Free, magic word, free. Everybody wants free stuff. We want free operating system, so we choose Linux. We want free RDBMS, we choose one of these. We want free programming language, we want open source. So we'll choose Java. These are character based. Character based means text based. Command prompt. See the screen. Command prompt. This is character based. Black and white. I don't like black and white. You know what I like? I like this. I like font and color. Who wants black and white? This is what I call the poor man's RDBMS. If I may say that. These are the poor man's RDBMS. They don't want windows. They don't want font and color. They want black and white. Dana Bank is using Unify. I told you poor man's RDBMS. Dana Bank uses Unify. In fact, if you go to CDAC Kharghar, they have an R&D division. CDAC Kharghar, most of the projects, they are using Postgres. So a few years back when I had gone to CDAC Kharghar, some of my ex-students were working there. So canteen में हम लोग बैठे थे, lunch कर रहे थे. So I said, which RDBMS are you guys using? They said, we are using Postgres. I said, why Postgres? Why not Oracle? They said, sir, paise nahi hai. I said, then I can't help. CDAC does a lot of government projects, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, I'm just thinking. They do a lot of government projects. They use Postgres. I don't think this is any competition for Oracle. Who's next? DB2. This is good RDBMS. This is from IBM. I'm sure you've heard of IBM.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So IBM as a company is a manufacturing company, but they also do software development. They do projects. This is a good RDBMS from IBM. One of my ex-students, Kanchan, was in IBM. Now she's in TCS. These 4 RDBMSs I have mentioned, you see your database server, it has to be a mainframe. You know what is meant by mainframe? Mainframe means it has to be a supercomputer. It won't work on desktop. It won't work on laptop. It won't work on mobile phone. Your server has to be a mainframe. Supercomputer. 800 GB RAM. Imagine नहीं कर सकते. 800 GB RAM. If you want to purchase a mainframe or a supercomputer, starting is like something like 1 crore rupees. $50,000 में नहीं मिले. Only the server is going to cost minimum 1 crore. 800 GB RAM. 1600 GB RAM. In fact, CDAC is famous for mainframe. CDAC did R&D. They invented the first supercomputer in India. CDAC Acts Pune. They invented the first supercomputer in India. That's right, Vinayak, called Param. And after they invented it, they gave it free of cost to Pune University. Pune University uses that mainframe server. They have huge amounts of data. पूरा इंडिया का पब्लिक आता है पूना में पढ़ने के लिए. There must be lakhs of students every year. So this is the drawback, no? It won't work on desktop, it won't work on laptop, it won't work on mobile phone. And if you have a server, then I would use Oracle, yeah. So when Kanchan got a job in IBM and she called me up, I said, "What are you doing, Kanchan?" She said, "I've joined IBM." I said, "What are you doing out there?" She said, "I'm teaching them Oracle." और वहां पे सबको कन्वर्ट कर डाला. जितने भी प्रोजेक्ट्स DB2 में थे सब उसने Oracle में कर डाला. Then last year I spoke with her. I said, "Kanchan, what are you doing?" She said, "मैंने IBM को बर्बाद कर डाला. अभी I've joined TCS." मैं कहा सही है यार. मस्त है वो भी. He's married, settled down. मस्त है Kanchan. Then what? I have MS Access, Paradox, Vatcom SQL. These are single user RDBMSs. These are PC based. You can't use this on a network app. You can't have Bombay, Delhi. You can't have server client. Single user. I don't know, maybe some of you might have used MS Access in your college days. Maybe you did a software project for your college. Huh? Maybe you made a library management system or a canteen software. We have MS Access. MS Access is from Microsoft. It's not free, huh? Costs around 20,000 rupees. Single user, which is fine. Yeah? If you want to make a software for a medical store, for example, if you're making software for medical store, I don't think you're going to spend 35 lakhs and purchase Oracle. 20,000 का MS एक्सेस लिया, क्रिएट टेबल वगैरह किया, थोड़ा बहुत जावा में you do your program, give it to that guy, he'll happily use it, sell it for 40,000-50,000. So all good stuff here. And now I can tell you about MySQL. MySQL was launched by a Swedish company. It was launched by a Swedish company. ये भी मेरे को डाउट है. I think it was from Denmark. But Denmark वाले बताते हैं. अभी मोदी जी जाके आए ना डेनमार्क. Yesterday I had dinner with one guy who was a part of the Prime Minister's delegation. बता रहा था मैं, डेनमार्क वाले बहुत झूठ बोलते. So MySQL was launched by a Swedish company, but I think it was Denmark. फिर क्या, वो डेनमार्क की प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने की, उसके खुशी को कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे थे मोदी को देख. देखा कि नहीं यूट्यूब पर, उसका हस्बैंड देख रहा है वाजी से.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, this was launched by a Swedish company in 1995. Yeah. Yesterday I got lots of inside information. What happened in Denmark, stays in Denmark. It's got a very weird name. MySQL. Not your SQL, MySQL. Mera SQL, Madha SQL. Its name is a combination of my its name is a combination of my. That is the name of co-founder Michael Bidenius's daughter and SQL. So the co-founder of MySQL, he named his company after his daughter. It's a Swedish name, I guess. MySQL is open source. You know what that means? It is an open source RDBMS. It's not free, huh? Open source है तो क्या हुआ? Doesn't it mean it's free? Earlier it was free. Now it costs around $2,000, which is not much. 1.5 lakh rupees any company I'm sure can afford. It is the most widely used open source. Let me make myself clear. Most widely used open source RDBMS. This is a part of the widely used LAMP, open source web application software stack. Have you heard of LAMP technologies? Students, you know what is LAMP?
No,
No, sir.
No? I'll tell you. And other AMP stacks. So I'll explain this. If you want to make a website, I recently made a website. I don't know if you've seen my website, samirdehadrai.com. So if you want to make a web application, if you want to make a web application, first things first, you need an operating system, L for Linux. You need a web server, A for Apache web server. You need an RDBMS, M for MySQL. And you need a programming language. Well, you could use Perl, PHP, or Python. This is where maximum applications for the web, these technologies are used. So this stack of technologies is known as LAMP. And as I have mentioned, other AMP stacks, so similar to LAMP, we have WAMP. We have WAMP, where the W is for Windows. W is for Windows. The rest of the things are same. Then we also have MAMP. In MAMP, that M is for Mac OS. That is Apple. Then there is XAMPP also, XAMP. Both are here. The X out here is for X Windows. X Windows would be Windows under Unix. Point is, MySQL is a part of this. Done writing?
Yes, sir.
So all your free software all your free software open source projects that require an RDBMS, they often use MySQL. So who's using MySQL? I'll tell you. MySQL is used by Facebook. Now you know what Facebook is. Facebook is free, no? At least फिलहाल तो है. Twitter. Joomla. WordPress. Even Google. Though not for searches. Let me make myself clear. Google uses MySQL, but not for searching. For searching, they have their own in-house inbuilt database software by the name of Bigtable. But you know, Google Contacts, if you have a Gmail ID, you know, Google Contacts, first name, last name, mobile number, email ID, that contacts table is created using MySQL. So Google uses, then Flickr is there, YouTube is there, even YouTube uses MySQL. Huh? So all your free software, open source, if you want the market share, then MySQL occupies 42%. 42% of world open source database market. Let me make myself clear. Open source database market. In fact, Java programmers, you guys are all Java people. So Java people, they love working on MySQL. You ask any company that works on Java, which RDBMS do you use? Mostly they will answer by saying MySQL. You are aware that Java is from Sun Microsystems. In fact, Java people, they like MySQL so much that Sun Microsystems, they acquired MySQL. In 2008. Sun Microsystems acquired MySQL in 2008. So now this is competition for Oracle. Na? If MySQL is free, if it is open source, if Java people like it so much, Then this is competition for Oracle. Who's going to pay 35 lakhs for Oracle? So, what did Oracle do?
Acquired Sun Microsystems in 2010.
Exactly. Oracle acquired Sun Microsystems in 2010. So today MySQL is owned by Oracle Corporation. Even your Java programming language is owned by Oracle Corporation. So MySQL is no longer free. Huh? Oracle doesn't believe in free stuff. I told you MySQL costs around $2,000, which is not much, but suppose they start charging $50,000. Suppose they tell Facebook, I'm going to charge you 4 lakh per user. Will you pay 4 lakh to use Facebook?
No, sir.
No. Why? Huh?
ज्यादा हो गया सर.
ज़्यादा हो गया. अच्छा, student discount. Will you pay 40,000 rupees to use Facebook?
No.
I guess
No,
still
sir.
not, sir.
No, sir.
Facebook outdated.
अच्छा, Facebook is out. तो आजकल क्या चल रहा है मार्केट में? इंस्टा.
Instagram.
So Instagram is also using MySQL. Yeah. Will you pay 40,000 rupees to use Instagram?
No, sir.
No, sir.
अकाउंट डिलीट कर दो.
सब uninstall कर देंगे.
Hargar student discount. Do student discount. Will you pay 4,000 rupees to use Instagram?
No, sir.
Still no.
Sir.
150 रुपए देंगे. क्या करेंगे ये लोग? लोगों को फ्री सॉफ्टवेयर की आदत होगी. That's the problem with Java programmers. In fact, you might be aware, even Java is not free anymore. The new version of Java, the latest version of Java, is not free. It is paid. क्या करेंगे फिर? What is Facebook doing? Facebook is in the process of migrating from MySQL to MongoDB. और कल अगर Oracle ने MongoDB को भी खरीद लिया तो that's the problem with free software. There are no guarantees. There are no warranties. That's the problem with free software. अभी Elon Musk ने तो ले लिया ना Twitter. It reminds me of that stupid movie scene of Paresh Rawal. सब लोग धमकी दे रहे हैं, मैं ट्विटर छोड़ रहा हूँ. अरे जाना, किसने बोला तेरे को? निकल. So we are going to study MySQL in detail and a few topics, a few commands in Oracle. Of course, if you want to learn Oracle in more detail, you'll have to do a separate course on Oracle. So why is MySQL so popular? The reason is MySQL has the best software development tools. They have the best software development tools. It makes programming very easy. Makes programming very easy. So let's discuss this for a minute. Firstly, we have the MySQL database software. Then we have the MySQL command line client. Then I have MySQL workbench. Then we have MySQL PL. Then we have the MySQL connectors. Then we have MySQL for Excel. We have the MySQL notifier. There is MySQL enterprise backup. There is MySQL enterprise high availability. This is for application. Then we have the MySQL enterprise encryption. MySQL enterprise monitor. MySQL query analyzer. There's around 24 products here. Oracle, there are more than 500. Oracle is almost 30 times more advanced than MySQL. That is why it is so expensive. But then again, it depends on your requirement. If you're making a Facebook kind of a software, then MySQL is good enough. If you're making an online SBI.com, of course, you will require Oracle. So let me tell you about a few of these products. First things first, have you installed MySQL, students?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Which version?
8.0.
So version 8 is the latest. It is free for learning. But it's not free for teaching. And what I am doing, what CDAC is doing is a commercial activity. So I use version 5.7. And have you installed, I guess Workbench must have come automatically, no?
Yes.
Did you try connecting? Did you log in as root user?
Yes, sir.
You gave
sir.
password as CDAC?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Done. Yes, sir.
And have you installed Oracle also?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Please do that today itself. Or tomorrow morning when you have a lab session, please remind CDAC you have to install Oracle. Go for older version 11G. Don't go for new version 21C and all. Otherwise, your laptop will become very slow. Install the old version. Anyway, I'll tell you more about Oracle later. So, we have MySQL database. All of you have installed MySQL database at home. If you come to CDEC Mumbai, whether Juhu or Kharghar, I told you server is separate, client is separate. Database server is upstairs, first floor in the server room. You will be sitting in the lab, in the classroom in Kharghar or in Juhu, and you will connect to database server. But right now, since you are studying from home, for you, server and client is the same machine, isn't it? For you, your
Yes, sir.
computer, your desktop, your laptop, for you, server and client is the same machine. So you've installed MySQL database on your computer and you're directly working on server and you'll be connecting to database. That's fine as of now, but in the industry, server and client are separate machines. So we have the MySQL database. What is the purpose of database? Store the tables data. And what? Store the data and security. Secure the database. These are the functions of database software. Tool. Then I have SQL. You know the long form. What does SQL stand for?
Structural query language.
That's right, structured query language. Now, what is the purpose of SQL? With the help of SQL, you can create table, you can drop table, you can alter the structure of table, you can insert the rows, update the rows, delete the rows.
Okay.
You can use SQL for security. For that, we have grant and revoke. And if you want to view the data, we have select statement. Only 9 commands in SQL. That's all there is. Only 9 commands, but it's very powerful. Most of the things for which you might have written program earlier can now be achieved using a single command. It conforms to ANSI standards. Remember ANSI, government organization. So ANSI is happy. An example of ANSI standard, one character occupies 1 byte of storage. One character occupies 1 byte of storage. That's an ANSI standard. And MySQL is following it. All softwares follow ANSI standards. Who wants to take panga with ANSI? C programming, Java programming, they all follow the ANSI standard. ANSI is a government organization. You have to keep the government happy. There are some other ANSI standards. You know, some ANSI data types are there. Char data type, int data type, float data type. These are all ANSI standards. It also conforms to ISO standards, International Standards Organization. An example of ISO standard, this is for quality assurance. This is for quality assurance. This is for quality assurance. Even CDAC is having ISO standard. CDAC is having ISO standard for process control. CDAC has ISO standard for process control. The course has to be done in a particular manner. The modules have to be conducted in a specific order. SQL is for quality assurance. One good thing about SQL is that it is common for all RDBMSs. Keep writing. So I will be doing create table in MySQL, but the same create table command will work in Oracle. The same create table command will work in Microsoft SQL Server. No change. And that's the benefit of knowing SQL. You can directly begin work with any RDBMS. 25% काम हो गया. You can directly attack, you can work on any RDBMS. Although I have listed SQL here, SQL is not a product of MySQL as a company. SQL is not a product of Oracle Corporation. As I mentioned, it is common for all RDBMSs. So who's the founder of SQL? Who's the founder of SQL? SQL was initially founded by IBM. Not many people are aware of this point. It is common for all. But who's the founder? It was founded by IBM. Long time back. '75 to '77. It took them 2 years to create SQL. In fact, if I go into the history of it, it was created using C and C++. That's the source code. It is C and C++, 90%, and assembly, 10%. That's the source code of SQL. So since you know a bit of C programming, if I say create table, you can understand what must be happening internally. If I say create table, internally some structure must be created. There were 6 people who were experts on C and C++, and their job, their project was to write the source code of SQL. If you're interested, I can tell you. There was Thomas, there was Scott, there was Chris, there's Huma, there's Gavin. There were 6 people who wrote the source code of SQL. It's pretty interesting how the technology works. You see, at that time in the mid 70s, IBM was not a software company. IBM was a manufacturing company, hardware company. They used to manufacture computers. But IBM wanted to get into the field of software development. So what did IBM do? They went to this gentleman called Dr. Cord. I'm sure some of you may have heard of Dr. Cord. Maybe you studied the Cord's rules earlier. So Dr. Cord was a brilliant guy. He was a mathematician. So they went to him and asked him how to make an entry in the field of software development. So Dr. Cord told the IBM that you need to come out with a product. So he suggested to IBM that why don't you come out with a new language that will work with any database. Concept of SQL was his idea. Now, again, IBM being a manufacturing company had no expertise in programming. So they got 6 experts from the market. I won't tell you the name of the 6th person. It's classified. But they got 6 experts from the market, consultants who are experts in C, C++ assembly, and their project was to write them the source code of SQL. It took them 2 years to do it. In fact, it was initially known as RQBE. That's the old name of SQL. Please mention all this during interviews and placements. Even your interviewer will not know this. Guaranteed. I know what companies come to see that. And I know what is the level of interview. Based on ex-students' feedback, I can share with you. So if you go in this kind of detail, I mean, that would be really impressive. So it was initially known as RQB. It stands for Relational Query by Example. That's the old name of SQL. Relational Query by Example. And what happened in 77? Once IBM wrote the source code of SQL, IBM got the publicity. All the newspapers in USA, all the magazines in USA, they carried the story, they carried articles that IBM is now a software company also. They have come out with a new language that works with any database. And then what did IBM do? IBM gave RQBE free of cost to ANSI. FOC. So two things happened. The moment they gave it free of cost to ANSI, firstly, ANSI is a government organization. If you do any work for the government, especially for free, you develop the good relations with the government in any country. And secondly, because they gave it to ANSI, hence it is common for all RDBMs. Am I clear? Why is SQL common for all RDBMSs? What is so great about create table command? There's nothing about great about create table command. There's nothing great about these 9 commands. In fact, I can tell you 54 limitations with these 9 commands. 54. But because it is controlled by ANSI, hence it is common for all RDBMs. So ANSI renamed RQBE to SQL. That's what you do, yeah. When you adopt a kid, what is the first thing you do when you adopt a child? You rename the child and say it's your own. That's what ANSI did. They renamed RQB to SQL. And SQL is now controlled by ANSI. And because it is controlled by ANSI, hence SQL is common for all RDBMs. And what did ANSI do with the source code of SQL? They sat on it. They sat on it for a long time. For 28 years, they sat on it, did nothing. They added a few new commands, they added a few new functions. Then in 2005, they woke up. The source code of SQL is rewritten in Java. It is 100% Java. And that's why Oracle acquired Sun Microsystems in 2010. You understand? Why did Oracle purchase Sun Microsystems? Why? MySQL is free RDBMS. Does Oracle make money? No. Java is a free programming language. Does Oracle make money? No. In fact, Java is a third-class programming language. Why did Oracle purchase Sun Microsystems? It's because the source code of SQL is written using Java programming. And that's how you dominate the world, my friend. The source code of SQL is written in Java program. So indirectly, Oracle controls the future of database, isn't it? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
सुन रहे कि सो गए सब?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sunrise.
That is why Mukesh Ambani said last to last year that data is the petroleum of 21st century. डेटा है तो सब कुछ है, नहीं तो कुछ नहीं है. क्या करोगे जावा लेके, नहीं होने वाला. And what happened to these 6 people who wrote the source code of SQL? These 6 people, once their project was over, they saw the potential of database. And in 77, these 6 people, they started their own company called Oracle Corporation. And that's how the company Oracle was formed. So indirectly, can I say that Oracle Corporation has written the source code of SQL? Indirectly.
Yes, sir.
Not directly, indirectly on behalf of IBM. Because Larry Ellison realized that the future of IT industry, future of the world is going to be about data. So they named their company Oracle Corporation. The word Oracle is a Greek word. Oracle is a Greek word. Oracle means a person who knows everything. Oracle means a person who can predict the future. And so they decided to name the company as Oracle Corporation. Because these people realize that the future is Oracle. It comes in interviews. What is the long form of Oracle? That's a trick question. Huh? There's no such thing as long form of Oracle. Oracle is a Greek word. It means a person who knows everything. It means a person who can predict the future. But you know, CDAC, Hargar students and DO students, अंदर में सब इंजीनियर मोस्टली. और इंजीनियर के साथ प्रॉब्लम क्या है मैं बताता हूँ. क्वेश्चन पूछा तो आंसर तो देना ही पड़ेगा. 4 साल इंजीनियरिंग में क्या किया वही तो किया. क्वेश्चन पूछा है तो आंसर देना ही पड़ेगा. So in interview when they ask you what is the long form of Oracle, one idiot goes and says, sir, long form of Oracle is object, relational, analytical, cloud, lead enterprise. कुछ भी हवा में. इंटरव्यूअर भी सोच में पड़ जाएगा, यार ऐसा हो सकता है. So don't play such stunts. Oracle is a Greek word. In fact, I've had the good fortune of working with all of them. Gavin is head of Siebel Australia. Uma is head of Siebel UK. She's of Indian origin. अभी सब Siebel में. Chris is head of Siebel Europe. All 3 of them report to me. I report to Scott, who's sitting in USA. और Scott का boss है Thomas. और Thomas का boss है Larry. So anyway, that's the history of SQL. And I will be covering SQL in detail. Then, what do we have? We have MySQL command line client. This is the MySQL client software. See, for you, server and client is same machine. because you're working from home. This is the client software. What is the job of this software? It is used to connect to database. It is used to issue the SQL commands. It is used to issue SQL and MySQL commands. It is used to run the MySQL PL programs. Is the purpose of MySQL command line client. So ultimately, how are you going to create a table here? You need to connect to the database. No? How will you connect to database? You're going to use this product. You'll connect to database. You will log in with username, password, and then you'll give the command to create table. As of now, when you install MySQL, by default, root user is automatically created. Root user by default is the DBA, database administrator. I'll show it to you. On my computer, I have the MySQL command line client. Click on this. It's asking me to enter the password. Can you see the screen? It is black and white.
Yes,
Not
sir.
very clear. Let me increase the
Yes.
font slightly. By default, it will log in as root user. It's asking me for password. I've given the password as CDAC. Welcome to MySQL. Commands end with semicolon. Blah, 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 blah. This is your prompt. MySQL greater than. And here I can give all the commands. Create table EMP, etc. etc. So each of you should be having this installed on your machines. This is character based. Huh? Character means text based. The other choice you have, students, is optionally you can use MySQL Workbench. This is also client software. For connecting to database, issue the commands. But how is it different? It is GUI based. Graphical user interface. Font and color is possible here. Font and color is possible here. I'll show it to you. See the screen. I have Workbench also. See the screen. This is graphical user interface. Gopal, just see the screen. It will take maybe 5 seconds to open because it's a heavy software. Graphical user interface, no? Dekh, ab khul gaya. Nice, no? Can you see? I can click with the mouse. Can you see this dolphin here? This is the logo of MySQL. That's the logo of MySQL. Dolphin is a friendly animal. It doesn't harm human beings. It doesn't bite or eat you. Indicates that it's a user-friendly software. That's the logo of MySQL. Indicating user-friendly. So I'll click on this. It's asking me password for root. Click on OK. Nice, no? Mast hai. So if you prefer, you can use this. I can say create table name. You can use either. You can use command line client or you can use workbench, whatever you prefer. Whatever you prefer.
Bench.
Bench.
Bench ही करते हैं.
Your choice. The commands are the same, just the interface is different. Some people, they like to use PHP MyAdmin. This is also a client software. It is GUI based, but this is not a product of MySQL. It's a third-party product. So let me make myself clear. It's not a product of MySQL. It's a third-party product. So maybe if some of you are interested today, tonight, you can install this PHP MyAdmin. And how to connect to MySQL using PHP MyAdmin? You know what to do. Go to google.com, go to youtube.com. How to connect to MySQL database using PHP MyAdmin. हर चीज का जवाब वही ढूंढते हैं आप लोग. Chalo. And let me tell you about the last product. I have MySQL PL. This is standing for MySQL programming language. I'll be covering this in detail. This is the programming language from MySQL. This is the programming language from MySQL. This is used for database programming. You know, every language has a purpose. Every language has a purpose. For example, HTML. You know HTML. HTML is used for creating web pages. MySQL PL is used for database programming. What do I mean by database programming? I want to do some HRA calculation. I want to do some tax calculation. I want to do some attendance calculation. we'll have to write a program, will require if statement, will require while loop. You will write a program using MySQL PL. I'll be covering this in detail. Like that, we have so many more products. So maybe as an assignment, you could explain them to me tomorrow. I think Anirudh Bardhan can explain what is MySQL connectors. Yeah, Anirudh, look it up and give me an explanation tomorrow. Pratik Bedse can explain what is MySQL for Excel, what is the purpose of it. Vaibhav Gupta can explain what is MySQL notifier. Nothing detailed, just 1 minute, 2 lines explain what is the purpose of this product. And who's next? Target. Pratik बड़ा शांत बैठा है. भाग गया. Pratik, you can explain what is MySQL Enterprise Backup. And perhaps Shubham Patil can explain what is MySQL Enterprise High Availability. And Rahul Shende, is it? Can explain MySQL Enterprise Encryption. Short 2-line answer in a language which everyone can understand. Akshay Shinde can explain what is MySQL Enterprise Monitor. First thing tomorrow morning, afternoon, sorry. And Tushar Jadhav can explain what is MySQL Query Analyzer. You can explain to the class. Don't make a PowerPoint and all. I see. Time किसके पास है? टाइम किसके पास है? दिन में लॉकडाउन है, रात में लॉकअप है ना? लॉकअप देखते कि नहीं आप लोग?
नहीं सर, उतना टाइम नहीं है।
अरे यार से तो टाइम मिलना चाहिए. हमारा ही लॉकअप चालू है सर अभी.
आपके लॉकअप चल रहे? अरे मैं तो रोज देखता हूँ और खास करके सैटरडे संडे को, बिकॉज कंगना रनौत कम्स.
कंट्रोवर्सी. आप फैन हो गए सर कंगना रनौत के?
अरे टोटल.
हम बिग बॉस देखते सर।
बिग बॉस अभी हो गया, आउटडेटेड हो गया. बिग बॉस अभी सबके लाइफ में हो गया. 3 महीना सब लोगों ने घर में अकेले रह चुके. लॉकअप इज द नेक्स्ट लेवल.
कच्चा बादाम.
Yeah. So let's start with SQL. Let's start with SQL. Some of you might have studied a bit of SQL earlier. For some of you, it must be a totally new topic. So let's get technical. Enough of theory. Now we'll start with some commands. We'll start with programming. I'll start from scratch. So even if you don't have any background, don't worry. So you remember the basic points we covered earlier. SQL stands for Structured Query Language. It's commonly pronounced as SQL. SQL is a short form for Structured Query Language, and SQL is a short form for SQL. It's a short form for a short form. So a lot of people like to use the word SQL instead of SQL. And you remember all the basic points. Conforms to ANSI standards and ISO standards. And it is common for all RDBMS. Now, I mentioned earlier that there are only 9 commands in SQL. But even these 9 commands of SQL, they are broken up into 4 subdivisions. There are 4 components of SQL. There are 4 subdivisions of SQL. And what are they? There's DDL, there's DML, there's DCL, and there's DQL. What does DDL stand for?
Data definition.
Data
Definition.
language.
Yes.
It stands for data
Definition.
definition language. So under this, we have create table, drop table, and alter table. These 3 commands are known as DDL commands. Create table is used if you want to create a new table. Drop table is used if you want to remove the table, erase the table. And alter table is used if you want to add column in future. You see right now, maybe I have created EMP table. And inside my EMP table, I have EMP ename and sal. Yes, Vinayak, I'm explaining alter only. I have employee number, ename and sal. I already have some data in my table. Now, your user requirements are always changing. So in future, suppose you want to add a column. Maybe you want to add commission column. In future, I want to add column. I want to add commission column. It is to add column in future, not table in future, Sagar. To add column in future, I'm going to use alter table. So you have an existing table and you want to add column in future. DML, on the other hand, what does it stand for?
Manipulation.
Data manipulation language. Very good. Data manipulation language. Here I have insert statement, update statement, and delete statement. These 3 commands are DML commands. Insert statement is used when you want to add a row. Update statement is used to modify the data. Maybe I update the sal, I change it from 5,000 to 6,000. And delete statement is to remove the row. I hope you understood the difference between drop and delete. Delete will delete the row. Drop will drop the whole table. Then I have DCL. It stands for data control language. Data control language. Data control is security. So here we have grant and revoke. That is data control. Security. I explained earlier, when you create a table, if you want to share the data with other users, you can grant them the permissions. Later, if your requirements are changing, you can revoke the permissions. And lastly, I have DQL. It stands for data query language. Data query language. Here we have select statement. So if you want to view the data, we have to write select statement. Only 9 commands in SQL, but it's very powerful. Most of the things for which you may have written program earlier can be achieved with a single command. Only select statement is query. Huh? I come across a lot of students. They call insert, update, delete also query. Insert, update, delete are DML commands. Please don't call them query. And then they ask silly questions. Sir, मैंने update query दिया. Then they'll say, sir, मैंने delete query fire किया. अरे, what do you mean fire किया? Only select statement is query. But since we are covering MySQL, there is a fifth component of SQL. DTL, also known as TCL. Why I'm writing this separately? This is not an ANSI standard. ANSI is not asked for this. This is extra in MySQL and Oracle RDBMS only. We have DTL, also known as TCL. What is DTL? Data
Transaction language.
Data transaction language, correct?
And transaction control language. TCL.
That's right. TCL is transaction control language. So you can refer to it as either. And here we have commit, rollback, and save point. These 3 commands are DTL commands. commit, rollback, and save point. It's like this. When I insert a row in the table, suppose I insert a new row. I'll enter employee number 16. Employee name is Akshay. And the salary is 5,000. If I insert a new row, it is temporary. If you want to make it permanent, if you want to save the changes, you'll have to say commit. Commit will save the insertion. The opposite of commit, if you don't want to save, you can say rollback. This is basic save and cancel. Save and cancel. ANSA has not asked for this. If you want to follow the ANSA standard strictly, then there is concept of auto commit. If I insert something, it should be saved automatically. If I update something, it should be saved automatically. But that's not very user friendly. If you delete something, it's gone. If you delete something by mistake, it's gone. I can always get it back by saying rollback. So this is DTL and TCL. Save point I'll explain later. And since we are studying MySQL, there are some DDL commands. We have a rename command and we have a truncate command. Again, this is extra in MySQL and Oracle. Again, ANSA has not asked for this. This is extra. Rename, just like the name suggests, you can rename a table. And truncate will delete and commit. And if you are willing to pay 35 lakhs extra, you as in your client, then there are some DML commands, extra in Oracle only. We have a merge command. And we have upsert command. Merge command, just like the name suggests, if I want to merge the data of two tables, suppose I have two tables, EMP Juhu and EMP Kharghar. In EMP Juhu, I will store all the Juhu employees. In EMP Kharghar, I will store all the Kharghar employees. Now, if I want to merge the data of both the tables into a single table, then we have the merge command. And upsert command is combination of update and insert. It's a combination of update and insert. If the row does not exist, it will insert. If the row already exists, it will update. क्या करें शुभम, आदत तो डालनी पड़ेगी. You'll have to work fast and you'll have to be very good in database. You may not be good in Java, you can improve in .NET. You may not like .NET, you can work in web programming. But database you can't run away from. You'll have to study here. CDAC. This CDAC. Done. Chalo fir. Let's get productive. Let's get technical. I want to create a table. I want to create EMP table. I want to store details of all my employees. Let's go through the rules for table names. Are you done writing this, students? So how many commands in SQL? 16, 16. 16 commands, 16. 9 are common for all RDBMSs. 5 are extra in MySQL and Oracle. And 2 are extra in Oracle only. So to begin with, I want to create a table. I want to create EMP table. Let's go through the rules for table names. Your table name, you can have maximum 30 characters. Maximum 30 characters. Which is quite a lot. You can use the letters A to Z, uppercase, A to Z, lowercase. You can use the numbers from 0 to 9. This is allowed. Table name is case insensitive. You know what that means? It is case insensitive. So when I create EMP table, I can type EMP in uppercase, or I can type EMP in lowercase, or I can type E capital, MP small. Whatever you prefer, yeah. Which is user-friendly, programmer-friendly. Unlike other programming languages which are case-sensitive, here I don't have to remember how I had given my table name. And some people type EMP like this. देखा आपने ऐसे? देखा है ना? Camel case.
Yes. Yes.
ये और एक गंदी आदत है Java programs. They like to type like this. I don't understand why. Here. But one thing is there, your table name has to begin with an alphabet. That is compulsory. Which means you may want to create a table EMP 2022. This is allowed. But if you try to create a table 2022 EMP, it won't allow. You will get an error. Your table name has to begin with an alphabet. That is compulsory. And if you want to use some special characters, you can use $, you can use hash, you can use underscore. These three special characters are allowed. I can use $, I can use hash, I can use underscore. These three special characters are allowed. If you want to use hash, in MySQL, if you want to use hash in table name, you'll have to enclose it in back quotes. If you want to use reserved character or reserved words, such as hash in table name or column name for that matter, you'll have to enclose it in back quotes. Students, you know what is meant by back quotes? What is back quotes? This is back quotes. Don't mix it up with single quotes and double quotes. This is back quotes. If you look at your keyboard, it is left of number 1. It is left of number 1. It is there along with your tilde symbol. So for example, if you want to create a table called DMP hash, enclose it in back quotes. All right. So no problem with table name. And one thing is there are some reserved words. Shubham, I hope you are understanding. Shubham Patil.
Yes, sir.
Let me make database easy for you. Reserved words are not allowed in table name. For example, you cannot create a table by the name of create. It will conflict with create command. You cannot create a table by the name of select. It will conflict with select statement. Like this, total of 134 reserved words are there, which are not allowed in table name. If you want a list of 134 reserved words, you won't find it in any book because it is so vast that there isn't a single book which covers everything. So if you want a list of reserved words, you'll have to refer to the MySQL documentation. I think this is a good time to tell you. Please download the MySQL documentation. This is the official documentation from MySQL. There you will find every command explained in detail with example. Don't waste time and money in reading books on MySQL, books on Oracle, please refer to the documentation. This is the best material available. It is free. I recommend you download MySQL documentation and Oracle documentation. Download both of them. Do it today only. Do it today only.
Yes, sir.
I'll give you the URL for it. You'll have to go to docs.oracle.com. It is free. Huh? Please don't see any rubbish websites. Please don't go to Wikipedia. Please don't see W3 schools. वो सब बकवास है. There are errors out there. And then students come to me afterwards. Sir, W3 schools पे ऐसा दिया है. मैं कहा ठीक है फिर W3 schools को ईमेल भेज. मेरे को क्यों पूछना है? Let me open this. Actually, first of all, I think all of you need to see the Oracle website. For that, you need to go to oracle.com. This is the #1 software company in the world here. You should go to this website every day. You should make this your homepage. I'll show it to you. Oracle.com. Wow. Visit oracle.com India. Oracle has office in India. In Mumbai, their office is there in Bandra, BKC, Bandra Kurla Complex. Oracle has offices in Bangalore also, Chennai also, Hyderabad also. So would you like to visit Oracle country website or stay on global? I'll stay here. Oracle opens new industry innovation lab. Very good. कुछ भी. Register for Oracle Cloud World October 16 to 20th in Las Vegas. Register for this. Java. Java is owned by Oracle, na? Very good. Now, first thing out here, can you see this option, view accounts?
Yes.
Please register on the Oracle website. You don't require a cloud account, you require Oracle account. Am I clear? If you want, make a note of it. Oracle account. Create account. They will ask you for first name, last name. They'll ask you for email ID. Because unless you register on the Oracle website, you won't be able to download the software. You won't be able to download the documentation. In fact, once you register on the website, you should sign up for the newsletters also. So then on a weekly basis, you will get email from Oracle Corporation telling you about new products, new commands, new features. Not just Oracle, Java bhi aayega usme. And I would suggest you subscribe to the Oracle magazine. Hard copy, color magazine, free, delivered to your doorstep. It's a quarterly, comes once in 3 months. Please register for it. So what were we talking about? We want to download the Oracle documentation. So let me go to this URL. It opens up the Oracle Help Center. What documentation do I have here? There is cloud, there is database, there is Java. Download Java also, documentation. For the moment, I'll go to database. There's Oracle database and there's MySQL. देख MySQL को कैसे साइड पे रख दिया. So first, you download the Oracle database documentation. The latest version is 21C. If you want older version, we can select from here. You can browse it online or you can download it. I'll show you the browse option. It's very vast. Today Java. 2 दिन में होता है क्या Java?
No.
मैंने वेबसाइट YouTube पे देखा था. Learn MySQL in 20 minutes. और मैं क्या यहाँ पे चूरन खिला रहा हूँ सबको. क्या बोलेंगे यार पब्लिक भी नहीं. जिंदगी कम पड़ जाएगी. So we want to download it. So click on download. Save as. काफी बड़ा है, 2 GB का है. Each and every command is given in detail. This is Oracle. Similarly, for MySQL, please download this. Download everything and go through it. पढ़ाई तो करनी पड़ेगी यार. कॉलेज में नहीं की इसलिए सीडेक में आए ना. फैक्ट है. I'll only tell you the truth. इंजीनियरिंग के बाद जॉब मिला रहता, यहाँ आए रहते क्या? सीधी बात है. ऑब्वियसली नॉट. नहीं मिला इसलिए आया इधर. अभी करो, भुगतो. So please download this. Over there, you will see list of 134 reserved words, which is not allowed in table name. I don't expect you to remember it. You will have to refer to the documentation and you'll have to keep it for the rest of your life. And you'll have to keep referring to it. And obviously, when you create a table, I don't think I need to tell you. Try to give a meaningful name. Customers table, employees table, orders table. Try to give a meaningful name. Please don't create a table called DBCD. Otherwise, you will only forget what is there inside the table. ये तो पब्लिक क्या करता है, जावा प्रोग्रामर खास के, फर्स्ट दे विल क्रिएट टेबल एबीसीडी, देन दे विल क्रिएट टेबल एबीसीडी पार्ट 2 और बाद में पार्ट 3 को भी झेलना पड़ता है. So please give a meaningful name. Now, my table is going to have columns. So my plan is, I want EMPNO, I want ename, I want sal, I want city, and I want DOB. Students, what is DOB?
Date of birth.
Date of birth. Very good. So this is the structure I have in mind. So for the column name, same rules as table names. Same rules as table names. Maximum 30 characters. So I don't have to repeat myself. The same thing will apply for column names. Again, try to give a meaningful name. और क्या? Next week when I start with the programming, the same rules will apply for variable names. This is constant everywhere in MySQL. Moving on. My column is going to have a data type. For example, Sal could be a float column. E-name could be char. Date of birth would be date. So let's go through the data types of MySQL. Let's go through the MySQL data types. Now let me make myself clear here. I am discussing MySQL data types. Oracle data types are slightly different. Not completely different, slightly different. Oracle data types, you are going to study on your own. Am I clear? Because I'm going to ask you tomorrow, what are the Oracle data types? Where will you learn Oracle data types from?
Oracle documentation.
Documentation. That's the right answer. Don't go to google.com, Oracle data types, because it may or may not be accurate. Documentation is accurate. The documentation has been written by the engineers who created the source code of MySQL. So let's go through the data types. Shall we break for 15 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's continue at 7:40, 7:45.
Yes, sir.
Where are the others yet to join?
Yes, sir.
Come, let's do the MySQL data types. To begin with, let's discuss char and varchar. We have char and varchar. Just like the name suggests, a character is, char is short form for character, obviously. A char column will allow any character, could be alphanumeric also. The upper limit, maximum up to 255 characters. That's the upper limit. That's the upper limit for char. When you declare a character column, if you don't specify the width, the default width is 1. Coming to varchar, it stands for variable character. So varchar also allows any character, but upper limit is more, 65,535, which is basically 64 KB minus 1. This does not have any default width. The width has to be specified. So when I declare a varchar column, I need to specify the width. So what's the difference between char and varchar? Okay, this is the upper limit. That is different. Default width is 1. This does not have a default width. But more importantly, character is fixed length, whereas varchar is variable length. Fixed length and variable length. You understand what that means? Fixed length and variable length. See here, if I declare ename column as char of 20, it means 20 is the upper limit. Now I told you that char is fixed length. Does not mean I have to enter 20 characters. Suppose I enter the ename as Amit. I'm entering only 4 characters. But this is char of 20, it is fixed length. What will MySQL do? It will pad it on right hand side with blank spaces. Such that the total width is 20. To understand. So if I've entered 4 characters, 16 blanks are added on right hand side. If I enter 10 characters, 10 blanks are added on right hand side. The thing is, MySQL will take an extra byte for every blank. The ASCII value of blank space is 32. It's going to take an extra byte for every blank. Net result, this will occupy 20 bytes of storage. So that's what happens in the case of char. Compare this with varchar. If I declare ename as varchar of 20, 20 is the upper limit. It is variable character. It is variable length. So in this situation, if I enter the name as Amit, then it will not be padded with blank spaces on right hand side, and it will occupy only 4 bytes of storage. Understood the difference between char and varchar?
Yes, sir.
So which one is better, char or varchar?
Varchar.
Why are you saying it's better? It will conserve on hard disk space. This is wastage of hard disk space. Varchar is better, conserve the hard disk space, plus the upper limit is also more, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So if that is the case, there must be some benefit of char too. Why do you think char is there? Varchar is better, upper limit is more, it will conserve on hard disk space. But what is the benefit of char?
Searching is fast.
Exactly. If I declare ename as char of 20, every name is fixed length, 20 characters, 20 bytes. Now suppose you have 1 crore names. If I have 1 crore names and I'm searching for name equal to Amit, what will MySQL do? Come to the first name, check for Amit. Go forward 20 bytes, check for Amit. Go forward 20 bytes, check for Amit. The searching and retrieval is very fast. On the other hand, if I declare ename as varchar of 20, every name is of different length. MySQL doesn't know where one name is ending and the next one is beginning. So if I declare ename as varchar of 20, and if I have 1 crore names, and then if I ask MySQL to search for name equal to Amit, it has to go through each and every byte, searching for name equal to Amit. And therefore, my searching and retrieval will be slow. So that is the compromise. In the case of char, you get a good performance in the sense that searching and retrieval will be very fast. Whereas here, searching and retrieval, I won't say it will be very slow, it will be slow. If you have large amount of rows, that is. So which one are we going to choose? Do you want to conserve on hard disk space or do you want searching to be fast? See, a lot of thought is given to all this. Because once I create a table, it should last me for the next 50 years. Do you want searching to be fast or do you want to conserve on hard disk space?
Cost
Ask.
Searching चाहिए. Searching.
I'll tell you what you're going to do. You are not going to make such decisions on your own. You are going to ask the client. Do you want searching to be fast or do you want to conserve on hard disk space? It's his decision, it's his money. He said, don't worry about hard disk space. I want performance to be excellent. Obviously, I'm going to go in for care. But if he says, no, forget performance, conserve on hard disk space, मेरे पास बहुत data है. पिछले 75 साल का data है since 1947, then obviously we'll go for care. So in general, I can tell you, sometimes what happens, the client might say, you decide. पैसे भी लोग मिलते, पैसे उनके, but they'll tell us, you decide. Well, if I had to choose, if I had to decide, I would say variable, you have variable length data. For example, name, address, city, wherever you have variable length data, I would suggest varchar. And wherever you have fixed length data, example of fixed length data, you know, PAN number, permanent account number, income tax number. You guys know what is PAN number? No? Then what would be another example? Roll number, it is fixed length. Aadhaar card number. So in such situations, I'm going to use care. You should know which one to use when. Noted, may I rub this? Please study every day. Huh? Please read your notes every day. Come. Next data type is the text data type. इसमें भी there are types of text. There's tiny text, there's text, there's medium text, and there's long text. I'm showing you for MySQL, I repeat, Oracle data types are slightly different that you are going to study on your own. Tiny text allows any character. Obviously, it is variable length. The upper limit, maximum 255 characters. Text, on the other hand, upper limit is more, 65,535, which is 64 KB minus 1. Medium text is more. It is 16 million 777 215 characters, which is 16 MB minus 1. And long text is the most ridiculous one. This is 4 billion 295 million 967,000 295 characters. This would be 4 GB minus 1. The width does not have to be specified. For all of the above data types. Width does not have to be specified for all of the above data types. Now let me tell you something special. They are stored outside the table. They are stored outside the table. They are stored away from the table row.